You were just a dumb before it get away with that.
I don't know where it's at. What happened?
Expert. It really does. All right, here we are.
There it is.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm still always behind though. I like that one that you Yorga. That's what I'm looking for.
What?
The one that you'll remember if I ever find it. Where'd it go? Oh, here, I think. Yeah. The little sign that waves.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
Back. Willard Hall. See, the thing is, people do beat Willard Hall here, but he goes back and like a day will go by, and he'll go back and get it. He knows. I'm telling you, because I'll see like somebody else, and then like a day will go by, and then I see Willard, and that person's gone. Who's your team, Willard? Do y'all watch football? Either of y'all?
No.
Who? Yeah. Are y'all ready for some football? Yeah, I am, but I'm not gay about it like some people are.
You got a team?
The Bears. I've been waiting since 1985 for them to be good again, so it's been a while. Yeah, the Bears.
Sissy, Mary, Jersey Joe, Annalisa, Dog P,
Mary Baby,
B Charming, Cheryl. Good to see you, Terry.
Jersey Joe. You say her? Her Stingray 1975. I hate that guy.
Yeah, that guy's a douche.
Yeah.
Billy. Mary's happy to see you. B's happy to see 10. I'm happy to see all of you guys. So, man, it literally goes from hardly none to a bunch every time. Because I'm like, I'll just get to the end of this, and then I'll do this other thing. Regina, good to see you. Vicky. Okay, I'm there. So we still trust in the plan.
Trust the plan, baby.
You trust the plan?
I love that. I couldn't believe it when he said it. And then he did the little cue too. I was like, this can't be real. So yeah. So speaking of trust in the plan, what's up, Brian Lloyd? The Bill Barr thing, he went, it was just yesterday, I think. I'll share it. That's why I do this, because I'll never say it right, but I'll let Robert Gouveia tell y'all.
Here's what happened today.
Barr's testimony before the House Oversight Committee is kicking off a series of high-profile closed-door depositions. Those are intended to extend through mid-October, including subpoenas issued for Hillary and Bill Clinton. That's all part of the probe into Epstein's crimes, and the Justice Department which he called appalling, as well as Ghislaine Maxwell's arrest. Now, additionally, tomorrow is the deadline the committee has given for the complete DOJ records on the case. So will that deadline be met?
We're having really good conversations. You can imagine how many documents there are. I think we'll receive the documents very soon.
So there is bipartisan interest in this case, and some see the interest by Democrats as newfound. I mean, they had 4 years to dive into this case. Some see it as them now seeing this case as a way to dig at the current president.
All right, so we got that now. We also see that it sounds like Bill Barr exonerated Trump in this entire conversation today, because the House Oversight Chair says that they're going to start turning over records related to the Epstein case on Friday. We'll not hold our breath on that one. This comes after the committee subpoenaed the Justice Department for the records and set a deadline of August 19th. Officials with the DOJ have informed us that they're going to begin dumping the records this Friday. Now, it also came today. Bill Barr was on the Hill for a deposition by the panel, the first of 10 high.
Okay, we can go back to it, but yeah, like I said, he gets right in there and explains it better. But I mean, I think all that's good. And go on. I'll play some more in a bit if you guys are interested, and go on it. Comer speaks and they talk about there's going to be a lot more 10 other high profile witnesses are coming in. That's just the first one is Bill Barr. So we've got like the Clintons are on that list. It's getting interesting, y'all, for real. Cherry, good to see you. Brew, Buckeye Bob.
You know, I used to have a shirt like that guy.
Schmedium. Oh my gosh.
No, back when I was in the third grade, I had a shirt like that.
You know what? You can say what you want about what he wears, but the guy's he's smart, man, and he knows what he's straight to the point. He's always either got an article or he's holding up court, paperwork or whatnot. And it's not like an opinion only. He's showing you I mean, it's one of my favorite places to go to find out anything to do with court, because he sticks to the facts, man. What do you think, Rudy? Are you following some of this?
Who, me? Yeah.
No, you.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. Yeah, I follow all that stuff.
Karen, I have not, but I do have some stuff for aliens, so stick around. But I haven't heard about this stuff. So you're saying there, the interdimensional.
Rudy pleads insanity. He's just crazy about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, the Loverboy singer. That's what I look like. Yeah, you're not the first one to bring that one up.
No, for real. I didn't think this was real. Like, I put it big and looked at it, and I was like, that's fake, right? Like, it just so, like, I don't know. There's something about it. But it's a real picture.
Why would I fake a picture like that? You tell me.
I like
I want this AI picture of me with a headband. I look like the Loverboy guy with a freaking tuna sandwich.
I had a nephew. That was his favorite band, Loverboy.
Maybe it's just the headband doesn't look like something you'd wear, but there you go.
It's actually paper towel. I had to make one every day when I went to work because I sweated so bad. The sweat would get in my eyes. I couldn't do my job. So I literally I would just pull a long thing of paper towels off, rip it, tie it behind my head, kamikaze style. And I had one every day. At the end of the day, I'd throw it off, throw it in the trash. Yep, but they work.
Karen says, 10, did you know Roseanne is a Thrawn fan too? I didn't. And I listen to Roseanne all the time. I've never heard that part.
Oh, I love the Thrawn.
Well, Jerry, I agree with you. The headband was gay, but it was function over form at the time. It was a necessity. I had to have it because it's wet.
So I kind of already told y'all about the 10 but he's going to say it better and more articulate. This next clip, same guy, same subject matter, but like I said, there's 10 more coming, and Comer speaks for a minute. I can't even remember, honestly. Go ahead and just play it though.
High-profile witnesses were coming in as a result of subpoenas. Many Republicans have called for more transparency, and Comer told reporters that he did not expect the DOJ to meet the deadline, but we're going to give him some more time. Now, Barr was the top person at the DOJ during Trump's first term, where Epstein died by suicide. Epstein was found unresponsive in his cell at New York, after we know all about it. Now, Bill Barr did not speak to reporters as he arrived, and he later departed without comment. During a break, Comer told reporters that Bill Barr testified that Epstein died by suicide. There was no foul play. He said that there is a general consensus there were blind spots in the cameras. It seemed like there was a lot of stuff that was there to potentially aid in a suicide. He also said Barr testified about Trump, saying the former AG said, quote, he never had conversations with President Trump pertaining to a client list, and he had never seen anything that would implicate President Trump in any of this. Democrats' goal is to try to dig up some type of dirt on Trump, and what Bill Barr testified to was that he never had conversations with Trump about any of this. Now, shortly after the death, Barr was appalled and angry to learn that Epstein was dead, and the OIG issued a scathing rebuke of the DOJ's handling of this, and of course, the whole case has been a disaster. Here's more from Comer, seemingly exonerating President Trump.
We're going to get the documents.
Your Democratic colleagues said they want to hear from more people, such as Alex Acosta, who's for Are you interested in expanding the list of your
Yeah, we'll bring in everyone that we think can add information to the investigation. This is a serious investigation. This is a sincere investigation. I hope this will be a bipartisan investigation. I would encourage my Democrat colleagues not to politicize this. I think General Barr answered a lot of questions that probably burst their bubble with respect to he had never communicated with President Trump, potential Epstein list or anything else, and he had never seen anything that would implicate President Trump. I think this is another example of the Democrats trying to create a false narrative, whether it be the Russia collusion hoax or there's no evidence that Joe Biden's family took any money from foreign governments or anything else. I think this is the first witness of many more coming.
All right, so many more will come, and of course, we'll be looking forward to those. We also would like to see the full
Rest of the list.
transcripts. Hopefully, they release those. We are working close.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I mean, I think that's all good news and going in the right direction. Like, it's weird how all the Epstein stuff happened, but it's not in vain. Like, things are happening, and that's what they were talking about, having that list come out. And they said what they say by Friday, but everybody says they won't hold their breath. But I mean, at least it didn't fall on deaf ears. Everybody went crazy about it. And then it's like, whenever a solution comes or something good happens, nobody wants to talk about that. They just want to complain when it's not going good, Like, it didn't look good about the Epstein stuff for a while, but I think there's a turning point. All those people showing up to answer the questions, and they're supposed to release the lists, hopefully, which I don't know. I don't know how they go back and forth on that stuff. And then one time the Democrats vote for it, and another time they don't. And one time the Republicans vote for it, and another time they don't. It's really weird. And I'm sure there's a lot more to it that we don't know.
Did anybody watch the Texas thing today?
The Chainsaw Massacre? Yeah, I saw that.
No, where he said that they didn't. Y'all left. Yeah, I have a 2-minute clip of that, I think. Is that what you're talking about?
The redistricting stuff down there?
Yeah,
they
I definitely
voted
heard
on today. Yeah. That's all Democrats has got. That's it. They start out talking about something, and it always ended up back to race. The race card's all they got to play with.
Mm-hmm. Well, if they actually arrest Obama, which is a long shot, of course, that's going to be a big deal. Like that's one thing I agree with Jeffy about. Like, I don't think we'll see him or Hillary arrested until after midterms, because they got to have the majority in there, and all that, the right judges in place and everything. I ain't really, but we will start seeing some arrests, I think. I mean, there's a lot going on. There's more indictments, and there's like 3 people with mortgage fraud stuff, and they're like,
there's a lot more than that coming out.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with. I got a lot, but like anything today. Oh yes, I've got some of that too, Chessboard. Thanks for you guys. You'll kill me. So much happens in a week, you guys. But yes, that's true. Didn't know if there's anything else real necessary in this clip. The documents, Ed Martin, a couple news clips. They're talking about they talked about the select committee and how not all of them got pardons, and those people should be looking out. They talked about the Steele dossier, and Byron Donalds is in the clip, but I think I will skip over to what I got to figure out where exactly I have it. But that was really interesting what Chessboard's talking about. Let me see.
Just saying, why are they 6 states sending the National Guard to D.C.? Something's fixing to happen.
Well, yeah, and I have some of that too. There's so much, like I said, so much happens in a week.
Yeah.
But I gotta look to see where it is. Actually, it's gonna take me a second. As Yorga says, 3 years later. Probably what it'll be.
Well, it's okay. It's all right because I shaved right before the stream, so I mean the beard is going to be minimal.
Well, it's like you don't plan on. And then somebody says something so freaking specific, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a good thing to talk about and show for sure. Which I was going to anyway, but all right, right about here somewhere. Give me just a second, you guys. I'm telling you.
Oh, and don't forget, thanks to Lauren here, the illegal trucker that killed 3 people in Florida.
Yeah, they're gonna get Newsom over that.
You know what got me was everybody's seen the video. This guy he had no emotion whatsoever on his face. No gasps, no, no, nothing. He just was like, oh.
Yeah, see where he could only recognize tell you what 3 signs were, or 2 or 3 signs, and he only answered 2 or 3 questions on the test, right? And they still gave him a license.
Yep.
Hmm.
That's diversity, Foodie.
Yeah, diversity. Yeah, you bet.
We need more of that.
Yeah.
All right. He's talking about Mexico and the cartel stuff, and I do know exactly what he's talking about. And it took me a while, but I got there. So I'm going to play this. It's only like 2 minutes, but once again, I think all of these things, I'm thinking like a lot of the things that happened this week are all good. I'm actually really excited and happy about things, but everybody has a different view. But I'm choosing to be happy right now. I'm going to play this one here.
Jalisco and Noreste cartels to the U.S. That also
Let me go back.
county sheriff. On to a Fox News alert. Mexico has extradited 26 high-ranking cartel members, including top leaders from the Sinaloa, Jalisco, and Noreste cartels to the U.S. That also includes one suspect who is accused of participating in the 2008 killing of a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy. Attorney General Bondi writing, quote, "These 26 men have all played a role in bringing violence and drugs to American shores. Under this Department of Justice, they will face severe consequences for their crimes against this country."
From what I'm reading, these 26 individuals, cartel members or leaders, I believe that the U.S. promised to seek the death penalty in order, as part of the deal, to get them here. What's Mexico's, what is their incentive to send those folks here?
Well, if you remember, when the Trump administration designated the cartels as a foreign terrorist organization, obviously the Mexican government got incredibly nervous about that because that gives incredible power to the U.S. government to pursue the cartels. So the Mexican government is now cooperating with the U.S. government because it does not want U.S. forces going into Mexico to take care of the cartels, which have been a direct threat and have been terrorizing Americans, and which this administration is clearly not going to tolerate it. So what I find encouraging about this is the collaboration now between the U.S. government and the Mexican government, so that, the Mexican government doesn't get any more of the direct kind of ire and attention from the Trump administration. Yeah, a major win for the Trump administration because the last place these 26 cartel leaders would want to be is in U.S. custody. And our relationship with Mexico is unique when it comes to trade and also immigration. The timing of all this, what do you think about that and why this is happening right now? Well, of course, President Trump is also threatening increased tariffs against Mexico. But really, Mexico still wants to be considered an ally of the United States. And in that press release that the Trump administration released designating the cartels as a foreign terrorist organization, it developed in that release the connection between the Mexican government and the cartels, saying the Mexican government cannot tolerate the cartels. It certainly cannot enable and be enriched by them. And there's been a U.S. concern increasingly that the Mexican government's not cracking down on the cartels and in fact is becoming enriched by them. So it's the combination, I think, of the U.S. government threatening increased tariffs and also taking a more adversarial look rather than a look of an ally and a trade partner.
I mean, I looked at that as good. Like, it's good to work together. That they probably are happy to have that.
Ship them back here for their execution.
Yeah, that's what they said.
We're gonna execute them. God, I wonder how much we're gonna get charged for that each individual American.
You know what Peru did? And don't quote me on this because I heard this a while back. So pretty sure it was Peru, but one of those countries down there, might have been Paraguay. I think it was Peru. They got cartels in there, and the president said, "All right, we're getting rid of them. Kill them all. Kill every last one of them. Not only that, kill anybody who supplies them. Kill all their bankers." They did. They killed all those people. They don't have any problems anymore. None.
Way to go.
Every last one of them. If you were dealing with the cartel, you're dead. Everybody.
Yeah.
It's like roaches in your house, man. You got to whack them, man. You got to get rid of them.
That's how China dealt with their opium problem during the opium wars years ago. The emperor of China just went in and said, "Hey, we're just going to kill everybody who's doing opium," and they did.
Yeah.
They eradicated that from their society pretty damn quick.
That's the word of the day, eradicate.
Eradicate. I've used that several times today.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to play it. I'll just tell you.
Sorry, I forgot to say
You're
hi.
good.
I saw him. Say hi. Hi, Sheriff.
So we could, I mean, it's Trump speaking. I mean, nobody's ever mad to hear that. And basically he just talks about, let's just let him do it. Oh, never mind. I lied. It's just where the ICE, new people applying to get ICE positions. And so like more people are behind this than are not.
10,000.
Yeah. More than that, I think. I think it's like 100,000.
What?
But, I think I'm about to play it, so we'll see. Unless he's exaggerating, billions and billions. I don't know. But yeah, it's the same one. I was gonna skip it, but it I didn't realize it was him talking. Good look, I got my ad back here, so y'all don't have to get bothered with it. Get rid of the
That's
ad.
okay. My beard's only growing a little bit.
Well, it's like I mean, it always happens like this. I never stay on one track. I'll leave one video and go to the other, and it just kind of happens that way. It's like it's interactive. Somebody says something, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good point. While we're talking about it, let me play this clip. It's so happy.
There you go. There you go.
It really did work right in there. But all right, this is about that. Yeah, what I was just saying. Here we go. Let him say it.
People coming in from all over the world, gang members and people from jails. They were unloading their jails into our country. All over the world, they were coming. Drug dealers. They came from Africa. They came from Asia. They came from South America, Venezuela in particular. They were coming in, Trinidad, Aragua, and the toughest people you've ever seen. And by the millions. And for the last 3 months, we had 0, 0, and 0. We had 0 people come in for 3 months. They respect our country again. That's the other thing. All over the world, our country is respected again. This will be like the border. We started off with millions.
Because they know what's happening. Here we
No, but I guess he didn't say that. I thought he said that. Did he say 110,000 applications for ICE? Must have been on a different clip, but I definitely heard that, which is crazy. That's a lot,
Yep.
For sure, Bob. I sent
Let the good times roll.
I am looking for. Here we go. I always think I'll never get stuff played, and then like a lot of times I get right through a lot of them quick, which is good because once we get talking, it is hard to like interrupt and get really good conversation going. You don't want to interrupt people, but yeah, this is footage. Let's see, of the Fed, but it's not what I expected. They were so kind and the opposite of what people are saying, to be honest. But I mean, seriously, you wait till you see. I was kind of shocked. Like, I mean, they could have probably arrested these people and didn't, because that's not what they really. I don't believe all of them are like that. Like,
how y'all doing today? Y'all staying in that trouble? You got your ID on you, Chip?
No, I live right here.
Okay, cool.
It's a cigarette.
All right.
Did y'all get a call or something about right here?
No, so we're doing checks, keeping everybody safe down here, right? Have you heard of the federal surge that Donald Trump's putting out?
No.
Right. You don't follow like 03, anything like that people are putting up. All right, so yeah, Trump's got all federal agencies kind of coming together, 7 days of going out, trying to stop the violent crime, all kind of stuff. So we're out here contacting people, talking to them, right? Quality of life offenses, smoking and drinking in public, right? Can't happen outside, right? Most people know that. So we're contacting people, trying to advise them of the law so they learn, right? And then there's other stuff going on where it turns into there's multiple agencies, there's shooting and things like that. So there's extra hands as well, right? So we're just out here trying to inform people and educate people. It's not like we're trying to just go grab and ruin someone's life over a joint or something like that, all right?
I only asked because when you walk up at the moment you walk up, you only had eggs.
Yeah, well, it smelled like the odor of marijuana, burnt marijuana in the air, right? And you're the only guy that had something lit in your hand, and I didn't flash it. So I didn't realize it was just a cigarette. So that's on me. I appreciate you understanding and not getting shit.
I don't want to ruin your life over a joint. Like, I mean, come on now.
All right, so just know, right? Learn, teach, tell your boys, like, yo, everybody's out, from FBI to police. So do your thing. Let them know. Don't be smoking outside. Don't be drinking outside. Because Donald Trump is tired of it. People coming to visit.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know smoking in public?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the rest of the world.
There's recreational.
Yeah, so DC is recreational use as well, right? You can legally possess up to 2 ounces. You can gift an ounce to your boy, right? So if you had 2 ounces and he said he needed a zip, you can give him a zip, but you can't smoke outside.
The fact that he's using, I got
Yeah.
to the guys.
The way that he used the slang was pretty funny. Like, you give him a zip, like, come on, guy. That was pretty cool though. Like,
Oh,
I don't. That's
I'm
too
on
bad.
board with that though, because they don't need to be hanging out and on corners and stuff. They can go in the house and smoke weed. Why not?
yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's really not asking that much. Just get, keep off the streets. Don't make it look like garbage, and go in your own house and smoke the fuck up, I guess.
Right.
I
just
Yeah,
was
like-
surprised at how kind that they really were. And he's like giving them a heads up more than he was anything. Like, tell your friends, let everybody know. If not, be all, like no one guy's like, I didn't know I couldn't smoke weed outside. That's pretty funny. I mean, at least he was honest.
Come
But,
to Oregon, though. I think you can do anything in Oregon.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, man, the amount of them here is like we had a surge, and it's like it's like you're just trying to react. It's crazy, like to be in the position we are in the first place. I feel like,
but it's getting better every day.
I agree. I do. I'm actually really happy with the way things are going, and I hope it gets better and other people get on board and they start to see like it's not things aren't so bad. Things are getting better.
You see where the Democrats have done lost 4.5 million voters, then switched to Republican.
No.
Yeah.
Like what time frame? Like in the last year or what?
The last few months.
4 million. That's pretty good.
4.5 million. Yeah.
That's even better.
Yeah. Things are changing.
Yeah.
Democrat Party is dead.
Yeah.
Not quite. There's still a bunch of them out there, and they're still just as goofy as they ever was. And they're not going to change.
As it
There's just not going to be enough of them to make any changes.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's good.
So I'm gonna play this other like 2 minutes. They're just talking about the same thing, that their opinions and stuff. I can't remember what I thought was good.
I got no problem with this at all. Like the emoji end is a face palm. I'm like, whoa, hold on. These dudes have been, those cops were, that was awesome. He's like, I don't want to ruin anybody's life over just smoking some weed or whatever. Just letting you know, we want to come out, and law enforcement, it's enforcing the law. You can't legally do it. We're telling you that we're going to enforce against it. Just tell your boys, let everybody know. I'm like, oh, that's great. Look, I don't want a police state. I don't want cops arresting people on fake charges. But the idea that because police have authority, that will always be bad is ridiculous to me. The power existing does not mean power is always bad. And we're now getting, I mean, this is the best possible video you could have ever gotten out of the federal patrols. The worst video is guys going around just shoving dudes, taking their wallets and roughing them up. These guys were being very, very chill, very nice. Good, more videos like that. Let's clean up DC. How about that?
Look, I'm not interested in police state, but I don't mind a heavy law enforcement presence in cities, especially if they're cities with high crime. I don't live in a city because I don't want to be in a high crime area generally, and cities tend to have more crime than suburban areas or rural areas. And so I made a decision not to live in the cities. But like, one of the things that comes along with city living is an uptick in crime because there's more people and an uptick in police presence. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, Jeremy Kaufman had a great tweet though, where he said you can eliminate 80% of crime by expelling those with three or more arrests.
Yeah. But this is deterrence. That's all it takes. And what a picture perfect video, like you said, Tim. Professional law enforcement officers going out there and talking people through it. This is what's happening. This is why we're out. This is our task. This is our purpose. This is our mission.
And I agree. Like I did think that was a good video on how they did it and everything. But I don't know. Like
maybe we're starting to clean up the bad cops.
I think we're cleaning it all. I think we're eradicating the deep state, man. And it's like there's
eradication.
So a lot of people are afraid that it's given too much power and this and that. And
it ain't so much the bad cops as the bad leadership.
Well, I just think that if this gets handled in 30 days or less, or even a little, more time than that, as long as it, it goes through, they, extend it a little longer and then they leave and things are better. I think the people that are afraid of the overreach will feel better then. Right now, they don't know how they're afraid that I guess it's just going to stay that way forever, which is not what I
I'm
believe.
afraid it's going to revert back. I mean, I just know DC. I want to be optimistic about it, but I kind of am not.
Well, I mean,
Well,
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I am.
But look, Yoga, when they see how great it can be, you think they're going to stand for it to go back the way it was? No, they're not going to stand for it.
I've seen, and I don't know, I probably have it somewhere in these videos, people being thankful. They're like, oh my God, I can walk to the store.
Yeah.
I have to be afraid.
But something else you got to think about. That is a big ass town, man. I mean, it's a lot bigger than people think.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of places you have to cover, that are crime ridden. I mean, there's a lot up there. So I say more power to them, man. Clean it up, man.
Yeah, I agree. But I do, like I said, I know a lot of people are really afraid of, saying it's overreach and they're going to, yeah. And I don't believe that, but we'll see. Hopefully that.
Hey, as long as you aren't out there breaking the law, what do you got to worry about anyhow?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're a Kentucky judge.
I still don't even know what happened with that thing. I just know a sheriff shot a judge.
Yeah.
But it was over something really kind of shady, and that's all I know. I don't know anything else.
It's pretty
See,
bad.
Cole, you know this shit because it's interstate, but she didn't look this.
Yeah, I think it was the whole blackmail thing.
Okay. So this is the judge that was eradicated, I guess. Okay. In his chambers.
He was lowered.
Yeah, and there's a lot to be said about this. I can play a little bit because I just happened to come across this the last couple of days, you guys, because I remembered that because it happened, a year or two ago, but then they were saying nothing more had really come of it. So here's a little bit on it.
I'm investigating what happened, and there is a lot more to the story. Allegations of a secret sex ring. I'm looking into all of it for this edition of Brian Enton Investigates. Hey guys, so I've got two really, really interesting interviews coming up from Kentucky. First of all, a woman who I spoke to who said that she had sex with the judge countless times. The judge who was murdered. She said she had sex with him countless times to get out of crimes, and she says that is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the corruption. Also, a jailer, a different woman who worked in the jail as a guard, who says that there were sex parties going on in and around the jail, and she goes into detail. So you're going to.
So I'm going to fast forward a little bit. So this woman apparently was a drug user, and this is how they caught a lot of these women in the community. Was they were, they'd pick on ones that had drug addictions, and they would charge them for different things and give them the option of either jail or house arrest. Well, on house arrest, there were special favors that were needed to be given, and this woman's going to explain it a little bit.
With the judge to get out of trouble. She acknowledges that the corruption is widespread. Things would they do?
But also, I have to say, we were having fun too. We were doing drugs, we was doing coke, doing a lot of cocaine, partying. It wasn't like they were just they weren't raping, physically, what people think about when they hear the word rape. It was consensual, but it was the thing that we were so young, and then they used it against us and to destroy our lives.
How so?
With the legal system. And CPS, systematically removing your whole life, piece by piece.
Did they ever tell you that you couldn't say anything?
Yeah. I mean, that was just a given, and who would believe it anyway, because the whole town was doing it. Nobody cares. They're all swingers. It's all a big party to them. It was just so normal
Did you ever have sex with him after he became judge?
Yeah. Yeah.
When he was the judge?
Yes. I've had sex with him in the chambers. I've had sex with him upstairs.
You had sex in the chambers?
Yes.
How did that?
It was not the room that's on film. That's on that where that camera is, where the
Why
murder.
don't you use that little hammer?
Not the room that was always the chambers. I don't know. Like I think it might be behind that where it was, but there was like a different desk and everything in there. That's not the same room.
And how did that happen?
What?
The sex in the chambers. And
We would just like sometimes we'd just go over there and hang out, and he'd be like, "Just hang out. Let me go sit on the bench for a while. I'll be in a minute." You know, and everybody would come back there and smoke and stuff after. The girls who they would bring them up from the jail for the house arrest people and stuff. They would have sex all over the place with them too.
From the jail?
Yeah.
Were you ever there when that happened?
Sheesh.
You saw it?
Yeah. Yeah, I knew the girls personally. Yeah. They were my friends and family. They were the people that we lived with on the streets.
And a lot of this situation, again, was because these were poor women that got hooked on pills. Like a lot of the small towns, you know, we all know about the Oxy and now the fentanyl. And then when they would refuse to obey, okay, that's when they would 6 CPS and take their children. And literally, it was just, you had to keep your mouth shut to just exist in that town. And a lot of people, they were claiming couldn't even move out of the town because let alone to get anybody to buy your damn house where you're living at to be able to relocate who's got money. Well, there was a lawsuit that was going on. Sorry, there's a plane going over. Weird. That was going on with the sheriff that shot the judge. And there was a deputy that was involved and he got arrested. Well, apparently that guy, when he got into the jail, they made him a trustee. They put him in a special room. They got him a new bed. And so I'm going to fast forward to this lady that was a jailer and why she quit, because she knew shit was going on. This is the lady that worked in the jail, and she's going to expose about the deputy and, you know, other nefarious
care of the inmates and stuff like that, helping give out trays, meds, watches. There's a lot of times I was in the booth, just different things.
When did you realize that something strange was going on at the jail?
When Ben Fields came in and became an automatic trustee, that was what happened.
So Benfield was Deputy Benfield that was actually charged and caught in part of this sex ring thing. He's the only one so far, other than the sheriff that shot the judge, but no charges are on that sheriff. It's really crazy, guys.
It made my eyes go, oh wow, okay, so our systems aren't how they're supposed to be, not even in our guidelines. It confused me because, you know, most times in jail, when somebody comes into jail, you're there for a while, and then there's the process of, if you want to become a trustee, which is one of the inmates where they get to do special jobs like helping prepare the food or going out on work release, you have to apply for that. You have to ask for it. You have to show that you have the initiative to want to do it. And Ben Fields, from first day stepping into our jail, was a automatic trustee. Special treatment. It was awful. We have 2 solitaries that is beside the ice box where they keep all these supplies, feminine products, pops, stuff like that, which is supposed to be a one-man cell. At some points, there's 2 or 3 people in there, but there was 2 men that was in that cell that had gotten moved, so that way Ben Fields could be moved into that cell. He got a brand new bed. He got a brand new flat screen TV, automatic trustee. He had his own pack of cigarettes in the break room, Marlboro red shorts. It just wasn't fair. You know what I mean? It just showed the system wasn't how it should be.
Did you ever see anyone having sex?
I never seen anybody having sex, but I had heard stories. One of the female guards specifically was telling me that one of the places she takes male inmates was the storage room, which used to be a stairwell in front of the medication room. It's literally directly across. You can't get in there without a key. and that's where they take them. A lot of times they get took up into the courthouse, especially after hours late at night. Nobody's at work, nobody's up there, so it's all
the Senate
it's all
too.
empty space.
How common was that?
More common than you would want to believe in the court system. Even down to some of my daily supervisors. There'd be girls sign themselves out and take them on home. It was sick.
The supervisors would take the inmates home for the night?
Yes. When there's policy, once the inmate leaves that jail space, you're not supposed to be in contact with them for 6 months. So it's one of those things. Oh, you're taking them, and then the girls go back and tell them the stories. Oh, I slept with this person when he took me home. You know, it's sick.
What did you think when you were working there?
That it was a brothel. It is all just it's all a brothel between all the employees sleeping with each other and sleeping with the inmates that come in. And a lot of them, they are repeat offenders. A lot of them are permanent stayers. It's nasty. It's sickening. I've even had one of my personal supervisors go way over the limits of even trying to get my family to force me to be in a relationship with them while I was previously in already in a relationship. And it's like, sir, like.
So whatever's going on in that town, that sheriff, he had enough. And we still don't know what his motive is. And he won't be going to trial till 27.
But was he in on it?
To be honest with you, I think they were trying to drag his name into it. He knew that it was going on, and and there was rumored that something about his daughter.
Yeah.
You know, so but this is some dirty shit that's been going on, and I'm sorry that sheriff did what he did, but maybe because he did what he did, we'll know what's been
Well,
going on.
did he just whack that one guy and now he's in jail, or did he do himself too?
No, he just whacked the
Okay.
judge.
So he's in jail.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So that's
Bay
about
Charman
all.
Bay Charman said found his daughter's phone number on the judge's phone. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. You know, everything goes all right until it shows up on your doorstep, and then shit hits the fan.
What's up, Buddha? Who did we lose? Oh, Pootie. Right? No, who did we lose?
Oh, it was the screen. I just dropped
Oh,
it.
okay. Threw me off for a minute.
So more to come on that one, you guys. I'm going to follow that just because, I kind of forgot about that. But now that I'm realizing that it's all part of this great big, big bad ring, we want it busted because,
What was the name of the town?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering because I've heard a little bit about it, but I haven't really followed it. Billy's been following it, he said.
Let me see if I can. It just says a small town.
He'll probably pop in here in a minute and tell us, I bet, on the chat, hopefully.
Leecher County, Kentucky Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins is accused of taking out Judge Kevin Mullins and the murder.
So it's a county, not a town.
Former Leecher County, yeah.
Billyville, really? Is that the name of it?
Leecher County, yeah. Letcher. No, L-E-T, Letcher. I'm sorry, Letcher. L-E-T-C-H-E-R. There's probably a bunch of towns within that county. I mean, I don't know for sure, but anyhow, yeah. So more's going to come out on that one. That's whoa. And if he did because somehow his daughter, because apparently I heard a video that I remember was the judge either had the girl's phone number or she was doing an internship or something there and he came on to her. I don't know. Like, it's all rumor.
Yeah, I would have done it. I would have done the same thing. I would have done it too. I'd be in jail right now.
Well, we're going to probably find out once he goes to trial. I mean,
Well, yeah.
he pleads. I mean, what do you think he's going to plead in this? If he finds out that something was happening with his daughter, are you going to plead mental insanity that you snap?
Yeah, temporary insanity is what I'd
I just plead guilty and tell them why. And face the music, whatever.
Right. I mean, you would think that people would have sympathy on it if it was a
Yeah,
jury
they
trial.
will. I mean, if it comes out like what we're thinking, they will.
What was that movie?
That doesn't mean he's getting off.
Do y'all remember that movie, A Time to Kill? It was.
I think so.
It was like kind of like the same idea. Well, not quite that deep, but
Chessboard said Whitesburg, Kentucky.
I don't know.
Okay, that helps. Narrow it down there a little bit.
Yeah.
And I wonder how long this has been going on in this county, and how many children were taken away by the CPS system there. Because isn't there a lot of missing kids in Kentucky and Tennessee?
The thing that gets me is it's not just like one corrupt person. This is like a ring. It's like everybody's in on this shit.
And the girls, they just keep reoffending, and most of them are petty drug stuff, but they get picked up, and then they know they got to do a couple of little judge, and then
Trust the.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Trust the plan.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So speaking of trust in the plan, I hope y'all aren't mad to do a hard shift. I mean, I'm the one that lives here, and y'all are more interested in the story. It is terrible. It is, but I didn't know as much as you guys just told me. Like I said, I knew more about
my FYP the last 2 days, and I thought, oh, hey, that's
I'm
because
glad you did, though.
well, the Koberger thing's been popping up, and I've been watching some shit on that stuff, and it's like, whoa, that guy, if they hadn't caught him at some point, you guys, he was gonna keep going. And then I rewatched Gary Ridgway, and then I just thought about, dude, I smoked pot with you. I should call my neighbor here in Seattle and say, I want to interview you. Let's talk about Gary, bro. Because
I totally just watched something
None of
the
us
other
knew.
day.
He was such a gray man, you guys.
I was just watching something. I think it's new, and it's about how they caught him because they used a lot of the information from was it Ted Bundy was trying to stay alive by giving them information and trying to like psychologically profile the Green River Killer and help them find him. And in doing that helped it was wild, man. It was a really good documentary. I can't remember the name of it. And it's kind of
Gary had an obsession with some killer down in Louisiana or something at a university where this guy killed a bunch of kids at a university. I don't know if you guys remember the story. I don't really.
There was one in Gainesville, Florida.
Yes, that one.
That's where they got the Scream movies from. Was that story? That guy, yeah.
But Gary. Okay, so I rewatched the just recent documentary that came out in the last few weeks by his niece. And his sister-in-law said something that was just really weird, and it set me back in my chair here, you guys. Because I remember when we were all sitting around in the basement that night, there were probably 10 of us. And okay, we were passing around a joint, all right? And we were all bullshitting, right? And Gary brought up, what do you guys think about the Green River Killer story? And at that point, it was probably like maybe 96, 95. And he started his killing spree in the early 80s. Okay. So it would have been like 17 years. Well, in the documentary, him and his sister-in-law were up at this property that they owned with the family, and they were walking, and out of the blue, he did the same shit to her. And And it's like, oh, ding, 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 ding. That's gonna, like if I want to be one of those NCIS people, if somebody's like asking about some crazy shit, okay, it brings it up out of the blue. You're passing a big old fatty around. There's probably several going around the room at that time.
But see, that's some shit I would do but I'm not, just because that's something I would talk about when I was stoned. Oh, y'all heard about that killer? You wouldn't think it was that weird.
That many years later, see, that's where, because I didn't meet him till, probably 5 years before he got picked up in 2001. And it was right after Thanksgiving. Because I had just gotten married and moved over to Eastern Washington and said bye to my neighbors because he was my neighbor's friend.
It's wild, man.
Yeah.
I was thinking about you the whole time I was watching this documentary. I kept meaning to bring it up. It was so good. It really was, because I didn't know all that. I didn't know all that about last job was a conductor, that they used him to try to solve the Green River killer. And it's just really weird. It was the tapes. They actually play some of it. You can hear him explaining, and they kind of reenact it, how they would ask him all these questions and how he would tell them, well, he probably goes back and visits the bodies because they're his trophies. And that was true. And he was necro, I don't even want to.
Yeah, he suffered from necromancy.
Mm-hmm.
And
he
there
called
was
that
one girl in particular, Christine or something. I can't remember the last name. And she was the prettiest one out of all of them. And apparently he liked revisiting her. And the thing is you guys, is I'm in the area where he dumped a lot of shit right now. I grew up in the 80s with the Green River Killer. It spooked out everybody in the Pacific Northwest. Okay. And like I said, he started his killing spree around 1980. I got out of high school in 84. Well, then by 96, 97, I bought a house. I moved in, I had these neighbors, and that
That's
many
wild.
years later, and you're just going to randomly bring that shit up out of the blue. Now it just tweaks me out. But yeah, and he killed over 80 women, but he only confessed to about 30 of them. And his family is right now in this documentary been trying to get a hold of him. And that's another thing. They won't even let his family see him in Walla Walla.
So he's still alive?
Yes, he's like life in prison. He said he would show where some of these bodies were buried in exchange to not be, killed by the death penalty.
Right.
But yet his family aren't able to go visit him in Walla Walla. Okay. Which is kind of weird. So they did a telephone deal. And so he got off of the death row. But he never actually, said where he put everybody. But I was thinking during this whole deal, they were talking about Star Lake. It's like, oh shit, I knew a couple people that lived up by Star Lake and Jones Road. And I'm like, Jones Road. Oh my God. Like, you guys, I've been tripping balls. I should not have watched that documentary because he dropped a lot of the bodies around here along the Duwamish. Jones Road. Yeah. I'm like, oh God, guys. Just freaks me out. Where do people get the mentality to do, to do those kinds of things? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know if it's like generational curses or the way they're raised or what,
And his poor wife, she had not a clue what was going on. And his son, to this day, you never heard anything about the son. The son's never come out. The other people in the family, like I said, did this documentary, but the son, wow. Anyhow, okay, let's digress and change subjects because that's kind of creepy.
I got one for you. Megan Kelly was talking about the multiple. I mean, I've always got one on deck, man. She's talking about multiple grand juries and like 5 thumbnails of evidence. I don't know if Jeff's still here, but I don't know if he knows anything about this, but probably. I don't know. This is once again all good things to me. It seems like it's all coming out, man. I really do feel like it
Remind
is.
you of one thing we learned from Tulsi. A few weeks ago, we learned that there are 5 thumb drives of evidence in the Hillary Clinton email investigation that were never looked at. That is the explosive annex that got released with the help of Chuck Grassley, with the help of the president. At my request, I made the request to the president. No one has ever exploited what is on those 5 thumb drives. And we ought to now all be pressing to get that information. I've already filed a Freedom of Information Act request. 5 thumb drives. Maybe there's some evidence on those thumb drives that would relate either to classified documents or to the Clinton Foundation case. And I think that is a place now that if the Justice Department revives all of this information, that's a strong place that they're likely to start.
They
Ever
got me.
wondered what your home looks like from space?
Wait, I want to see that.
Right. I feel like they're. I think
Right
it's
now.
Hillary's thumb drives or something like this. I'm not 1,000%.
They'll never get them. They'll never get them, man.
The contrast. They raided
They're
Melania
too
Trump's underwear drawer.
protected.
They searched
right.
Barron Trump's personals down at Mar-a-Lago. They uncovered every stone in an effort to get Trump, this FBI, Biden's FBI, and DOJ, and actually did bring criminal charges against him. The Democrats did in 4 different jurisdictions. But with this, at every turn, John, they worked to dismiss evidence to, when they found it, simply look the other way. When they might have been getting close to indicting, it's been told no by the deputy attorney general or the attorney general herself, not interested. It won't go, quote, too far. I mean, the double standard when it comes to a Clinton and a Biden on the one hand versus a man named Donald Trump on the other is shocking. And the dismissal of any evidence that downplayed their narrative on Putin's trying to help Trump, right? Like they had so much telling them that is bullshit. He actually didn't care who won the election. They worked so hard to dismiss the evidence that helped Trump and to play up the obvious false evidence like Christopher Steele dossier that would impugn Trump. But meanwhile, you've got 3 different FBI agents all driving toward the same conclusion, which is the sitting Secretary of State is corrupt. She is doing pay to play. You can only get access to her as the Secretary of State if you donate to her corrupt Clinton.
What do you mean, Pootie? So you don't know what you did?
Yeah, I did. I shared that stuff at their new streaming thing. I don't know. I hit the wrong button.
Oh,
Are you selling your wares on here, Pootie?
Oh.
Doc B. Thumb drives, laptops, emails. Oh my. They already have them. I think that's what they're saying. And I thought, and then, oh, you're talking about in here. Now. So they go on to talk about secret grand juries, and that if you're doing it right, it's more quiet and stuff. I'm like, trust the plan, man. What the hell? I don't know.
I just set a question?
Yeah.
Zed, I watched your video from earlier today. There was a downpour and you were working in the rain and you got really pissed because your camera didn't catch something. Question of the day. Inquiring minds like myself want to know, what was your camera supposed to have caught? Like he was upset, guys.
Wow. Jeff B says Putin gave them to him. They did just meet, so I don't know. Interesting.
What was it? Is your
What
video?
those thumb drives he's saying is what I think he's saying. Obstruction and violated the law.
What are you stroking? What was that, Pootie?
What?
Sounded like I thought he was chewing, crunching something.
It sounded like you were petting something.
Yeah, I make grilled cheese.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay. Okay. That's very classy, very demure.
I didn't know we made it to the food porn part of the night.
Yeah,
It's
food
really
porn.
We're early. So yeah, let's just do this one real quick, you guys, because I'm messing it up. I'm sure that they probably explain it better.
Opposite. It's literally a 180 from what they did to Donald Trump.
She's still just
Yeah,
mad.
listen, the way you opened your show, there's no better description of what the conspiracy is. It's a conspiracy to protect potential of Democrats from potential criminal prosecution and then to violate the civil liberties and privacy and reputations of innocent Republicans to create an alternate story to protect political interest, meaning what's going to happen in the election. That's what it is. It's not
They
more.
went through earlier, like the secret documents. First, they had to say Trump did it, so then they could tell you Biden did it. And they went through a timeline that was really interesting. But I clipped for time to the juicy, secret juries and all this type of stuff that this is the only place I heard it. And I've seen other people play this clip, and I'm like, okay, so this is like maybe she just got the tea right here.
Complicated. And I know people say, oh, a conspiracy case is going to be complicated. No, it's really not. We protected Democrats. And the cycle is Hillary has two problems. Email, now corruption. We can prove that was active at the time. Hunter Biden's got corruption and taxes. And by the way, the first evidence of that comes in March through May of 2016. And then 2019, it's Hunter Biden a lot more. And so we impeach the president, and we have the government actually creating stories that I think we will prove were false. And then in 21, they find Joe Biden's classified documents at UPenn office in Washington and his garage, and they got to make Donald Trump look like he's the classified guy first before they can let the cat out of the bag that Joe Biden has the same problem. It's a wash, rinse, and repeat cycle. And in the course of that, two potential crimes are occurring: obstruction of legitimate investigations. Those are overt acts of a conspiracy. And then the violation of innocent people's civil liberties to create a political ruse. That is where I believe the grand conspiracy case is headed. I believe that there are multiple grand juries that have begun work around this country in multiple jurisdictions outside of Washington where evidence is now being gathered.
You do? You
I do.
Can report that, or you have reason to believe that?
The biggest thing for me is reliability. Somebody that stands on their word.
What the hell?
Wait.
Confirmed witnesses and who've had contact with the grand jury. So there are grand jurors in multiple locations. Some of those are in Virginia. I believe one is going to begin based on early discussions in Pennsylvania. There may be one in New York. And so the activity has begun. And the question now is, and those are probably not going to be the indicting locations. I think the more likely thing is you use multiple grand juries just to make it easy to gather lots of information quickly. That's the way strike forces work. And then you keep working from there. But there are multiple locations where pieces of this are being looked at. And maybe the grand jurors don't even know it's a grand conspiracy, just looking at some of the overt acts in one of these chapters of this sad story. But that is going on. And I think it's going to be a process, right? It's going to be a 6-month process. I don't know the reason yet. I wish I knew. I don't know the reason. I mean, there's lots of, it could be related to the 2020 election.
Yeah, that's where my mind went.
Yeah. Yeah. So we don't know yet. I just know that certain witnesses have been contacted about acceptance of grand jury subpoenas, and they're in different locations. So the process is beginning, but it's a long process. And,
All right. And somebody said, think Rico. Jerry, I don't mind if I do, Jerry. I will think Rico. But yeah, I was excited to hear that because I don't hear it. Like I said, I heard it on her place and nowhere else. Okay, what's Jeff saying here? Wait a minute. What's Sean say? Why do you think I'm inviting you all? A jury isn't one dude. Okay. Jeff, another way they are going to get Clinton and Leon anything, the raid on Pakistan and not the what? Okay. The sealed indictments. We've been hearing that for so long, man. I'd love to see that happen. What? Supposed to have jury assemblies ready in 2019. The status changers and COVID executed a 1-2 punch. Authorizing the sealed indictments. Oh my gosh. Chessboard. I don't know if you heard me say that I really enjoyed that conspiracy movie, and somebody else sent me something. I got 20 minutes in. I didn't have enough time, but yeah, Chessboard. That movie was called Conspiracy. I put it in the chat of either the last video or the video for last about that movie, because it was for anybody else that wanted to see it, because it was really good. Had me hooked. Okay. Oh, there's Miss Mindersue. Hump neckties. Chessboard. Military only moves on civilian orders. What are they talking about blowing in them? There's so many conversations going. Okay, I don't want to know. Maybe I don't. Bill Barr indictments. I was just on Bill Barr just we just played Bill Barr, Jeff, and he was exonerating Trump. He was saying how they basically interviewed him, or whatever you want to call it, and I'm so confused, y'all. And he basically said that Trump wasn't involved in any of it. Took him off the hook. You guys are so quiet. I'm wondering if my internet's messing up. If I was
Yeah, I'm done eating now.
okay. I mean, whatever you were eating sounded crunchier than a grilled cheese. I was like thinking like, I don't know, something like crackers or crunchy like.
Oh, it's grilled cheese.
Not going to
Smothered in butter.
Barr is getting indicted. All right. Well, what did we just watch just a minute ago? He was just one of several witnesses just now.
Now I'm going to have to make a grilled cheese tonight, Prudy. Thanks. No, I just got some deli freaking Swiss cheese, so that ought to do good. Shouldn't it?
Oh man.
No, Tubla. It was just called Conspiracy. It wasn't Conspiracy Theory, and it was really good. I'm assuming that it was all true. It seemed that way, unless they did a really good making it just seem like a real true story. I was hooked, man. I couldn't. I had to. I was gonna like watch a little and watch the rest. I had to watch the whole thing straight through. It was really good. Bars
Well,
30.
by the way, that sandwich I have in my hand, I got it from Prudy.
You didn't give me. I ain't giving my food away.
Didn't you make that one just for me, Prudy? Come on.
Right.
Yeah,
So
If I was in a toll booth, would you give me a nickel?
okay, that's what's so confusing. Because he's being indicted, but he was just subpoenaed with 10 other witnesses subpoenaed as well with the Clintons. So I guess this is a separate thing that's going to happen on top of the subpoena where he's speaking. Hillary and Barr kissing butt. It won't help them. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of good things happening, and it's like hard to keep up. There's so many, and that's like good problems to have. You know what I mean? Like I want to be struggling
drip,
to keep
drip,
up.
drip, 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 flood.
Yes, finally. We've been waiting on this. They will not show. Oh, so we just have to know it happened and they're going to take him to a secret place. See, I don't know, man. They should just, if this stuff's really happening, they should let people know. If people are being secretly, I mean, that guy just said secret grand juries, though. Like, I didn't even think that was a thing. But he said something, I didn't play the whole thing. It was like, if they do it right, it will be secret. Like it's not supposed to be something people are talking about, but who, right? Anybody, it has to do with the information that's coming out from Hillary. Plus those burn bags, a lot of people aren't really going on about.
Yeah.
Burn
There's
bags.
Yes, they found a bunch of
Okay, yeah, the burn bags. Yeah, I forgot about those.
And they were talking about how it more seemed like they're not going to show up to Congress.
Yeah, they found hard Cash said they found hard drives and everything in them bags.
I sure hope so, Cherry. Well, they said that they didn't burn them all, Jason. They said that they didn't. That's what I have a clip somewhere. I'm gonna have to look. I'll have to run into it. But they were saying that somebody almost had to put them there. What are the odds that they stayed in the back room and didn't get burned, and then they found them too? It's almost like there was a good guy mixed in the deep state, and he's like,
there you go.
Don't you think? That's what
or they were so incredibly incompetent. They didn't do their job right and they didn't burn them. And that's the way I'm leaning.
It's just like it goes back to Hillary. They never thought she'd lose.
Yes, and don't know if I have that clip or not, but I definitely watched something with that, and they showed that cringy picture of her that she was going to show when she thought she was going to win, and it was fun going down that memory lane.
You know what gets me? When she lost, she did not even come out and acknowledge her people, man. You know,
Right.
that whole crowd of people out there, and she was in the back getting drunk and cussing people out.
Oh my gosh.
How do you, nobody's ever done that. Everybody always comes out. You got to wish the guy who won, well, and all that kind of happy horse shit, and say, sorry, we lost. We tried. Yes, we did, and she wouldn't even do that.
Yeah, and Kamala did pretty much the same thing when she realized once they called Trump, she didn't even go back out to talk to her peoples. She just left.
Yeah.
Sore losers, man.
Well, it's a big FU to your supporters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, oh shoot, I didn't hit mute. Sorry. So let me see. I'm gonna find y'all something too. I could just tell you, but it's much more fun to play. There's probably a better one, but this is the one I got right here about Melania gonna sue or threatening to sue Hunter and through Epstein. Guess how they got the well, tell us. Jeff put them there. Jeff, did you put them seriously though? If you've got the answer, tell us. How did they find them? I feel like somebody put them there. But real quick, this is pretty interesting too, I think. That
threatens to sue Hunter Biden for $1 billion over false defamatory allegations linking her to Jeffrey Epstein. And Rob, do you have the comments that he made about her? Is this the one that he
So
made?
this is the original comment that Hunter Biden made, and then I also have Hunter Biden's reaction to the
Okay,
lawsuit.
go for it.
Epstein introduced Melania to Trump. The connections are like so wide and deep. Anyway, why do we think they don't want the files released? I don't know. I think John, that thing that John Hellman says is like a long time ago. I think it's the most accurate kind of assessment of them, which is everything is projection or confession. Everything. So when he puts out that tweet, he says Epstein now is the Russia hoax or the Hunter Biden laptop.
The laptop from hell, which the Democrats swore came from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom.
Like, I wonder if it works. Do you know what I mean? When he
So that's that. He makes that comment, right? And then Melania and her lawyers sue Hunter for $1 billion.
Oh, did they threaten him, Pat?
No, they threatened
Yes,
to
sir.
sue him for $1 billion. And then after they threaten him, Channel 5 Callahan goes, because I think they're living together, him and Hunter. I don't know if they are.
What?
It looks like they are.
That's allegedly.
So then
Let's
here's
throw
the
an
question
allegedly
that's
on that one.
asked, and this is what Hunter had to say. Go ahead.
Yes, this Andrew Callahan, just for reference, Andrew Callahan asks Hunter if he wants to apologize
Go ahead.
to Melania.
So now we're here, maybe to give you the platform to apologize to the First Lady for your statements that you made about her possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
fuck that. That's not going to happen.
With the language. What are we doing? Okay. So, all right. So there you have it. Hunter, Melania. Adam, your thoughts on this story?
So this is welcome to Gossip Girl.
Hold on, the crackhead edition.
Girl Crackhead edition.
Welcome to Gossip Girl, the crackhead edition. That cracked me up. Anyways, yeah, that's pretty nuts. How he just said, I can't believe he said that. All right, did he answer us about the burn bags? Secret room with the bags. That's what they said during the movie. I don't understand. Hunter Biden was going to steal the burn bags, but he the burn bag is something that they put evidence they're going to get rid of and then they burn it, but they never did burn the bag. It's so crazy. That's why I said it's, and I'm not the only, a lot of people speculate that it was left on purpose by somebody on the inside that was a good guy. Like, I'm not going to burn this. I'm going to tuck it away so the new administration can find it. Or they're just, I mean, it's easier to believe that than think they're that dumb that they just forgot to do it. Like, that doesn't sound right. Jeff says the laptop. Okay. Right.
There's a lot of complacency in the workplace, especially in the government. That's why I'm leaning towards incompetence.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like that it would be more likely somebody did it to be a good guy than they were that stupid.
Well, that too. I mean, it could be that too.
That's just pretty dumb. A data drop B. Not evidence, classified material.
Don't need a burn bag for the cloud, Sean Stryker says, and Jerry says cloud has it all. What a lot of people don't realize about the cloud is all the cloud is other people's computers. That's it.
You have those?
You got to remember that.
Bonnie says, "Ooh, I have those." Are you talking about burn bags?
I married one time.
Oh my God.
You're good. Oh my God. No, I couldn't believe that guy. He had the nerve to just be like, F that. That was so rude and tasteless, you know? Let's see. Yeah, they just really talk about it on there. It's not too much. Mm-mm.
Oops.
Hello.
Oh, Bob, what's up? Good to see you. You there?
Hey, all. Good evening. I'm here. Yeah. I'm here.
Hey, Bob.
What's
Oh.
up?
You.
Oh.
Sorry. Spaced out for just a minute.
Oh, I think Tin had to take that phone call, I suppose. That makes sense. Yorga, you put a bag on her head and set it on fire? What the hell?
Where somebody said it? Well, no. Well, yeah.
Yeah, somebody was talking about that too. I heard that, Sean. Hunter's Island on the because okay. I got something for you. Let me go dig it up. My gosh. I swear my head I don't know how y'all feel, but sometimes I feel like my head spins trying to keep up with all the back and forth. But that was in the comments of this video I'm about to. It's another Hunter video, and they said that in the comments. He didn't need to go to Epstein Island. He had his own island or whatever. This is pretty. Oops. Okay, let's see. They asked him. I don't believe this for 1 minute. They try to downplay the. Oh, Billy. They try to downplay. Thank you, Billy. Yes, you are. They try to downplay the whole buying into the Illuminati right here. They ask him that question like he's gonna tell the truth. Here we go. Don't buy this.
Exploit too is a widespread belief that to become successful, you have to first do something horrible. And that there is a crescent society that you can only access by doing something so horrific, like, drinking the blood out of the baby, that it makes it so you are just now beholden to the will of the elites, because in order to become one, you have to do something so horrible that you can be blackmailed into compliance for the rest of your life. Now, I know personally that that's not true. You can become successful without eating a kid. But it's really easy to convince people who don't know anyone who's successful or wealthy that it's sad, because you're preying on people with no class mobility and being like, you especially see it in the black community. Anytime a rapper gets a record deal, or there's sort of an assumption that like they did something gay, not necessarily pedophilic, but just sort of gay. And so the Diddy thing was also kind of milked in that regard too.
Is that for real?
What
you just said about the rapper? Is that a real thing? That's a real. I didn't know that.
Oh, like, but once you start getting that industry money, you got to go to those all-white Michael Rubin parties, and you got to do sort of weird gay stuff.
Oh, that's what Cat Williams is talking about when he's talking about that.
It's all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. All lies will be exposed.
So it's across the board. Yeah. And I feel like this was in the MAGA movements. The whole Epstein is the center point of exploiting that belief. All those powerful people that you love, those actors who are on the silver screen who are untouchable, you know how they got there, right? Epstein Island. And you know who's never been to Epstein Island? Us. Yeah. We're the grassroots. We're for the people. Yeah. And so it's
and me. Just so you know, and me. Yeah. And Joe Biden. Yeah. You've never been to Epstein Island. No, I know they don't do that.
Well, unpopular opinion. If there was no underage kids at Epstein Island,
nice place to go.
Yeah.
I can't believe you suckered me into saying that. Like, that's something that could definitely be taken out of context, motherfucker. Sorry, what the fuck? I feel like I just got fucking.
I feel like he was just like, that's not going to convince me. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it doesn't exist because he said so. But in that comments of that video, people were saying, oh, why would he need to go to the island? Somebody owned the one right next door. What was his uncle?
Yeah, it was old Daddy Joe owns an island 9 miles by sea away from the Epstein Island. So yeah, frequent flyers.
Yeah, but you've got the draw of the Epstein Island if you're a super creep like he is, of the super party that's going to be going on there, and it might be boring on their own island. You know what I mean? And for him to say he's never been, I don't believe that shit.
I don't either.
Right. And even the guy it's almost like that guy is paid to downplay it. Like, just because those two hadn't been there doesn't mean that I'm not going to believe it. I know there's that weirdo. They do gay stuff and weirdo symbolism and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Hunter's sitting there laughing it off all sarcastically, like, oh, what? Me? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the comments are always the best part, man. Some of those comments were cracking me up. They were like, there was almost a look of relief for a minute when he said it wasn't true or something. Like, they were picking it apart. And like I said, those are my favorite parts of the comments of some of those short videos.
There's Hunter, just because my dad likes to sniff the hair and grope little girls on national TV doesn't mean that we went to his island. Oh, no, we're not part of that.
Taking showers with his own daughter, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And well, Hunter had his niece with him over there in the Ukraine, laying on the bed, smoking crack together. Come on, man.
Oh my gosh.
Peace, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw some videos and they were like looking more like a bunch of strippers and stuff. And some of the videos that were supposedly, him. I'm sure they probably were. And it's like, I don't know. I didn't see the one with his niece, but.
Well, that's what the rumor was he had his niece staying with him there for a while. But runs in the family.
Well, they were saying that he was like messing with his brother's wife too, which was another kind of creepy thing that
big time. Man,
wouldn't
these
think
people
somebody
are evil. They're evil, man. They're evil.
Right.
Evil.
Well, I haven't witnessed any of it, but it keeps coming around and around and around again and again. The same.
Yeah, but how creepy is it to hook up with your dead brother's wife?
That's what I was trying to say.
I mean,
yeah.
that is incredibly.
Right. Oh, Agent J, good to see you. Al Bundy. Anyone remember Monica Lewinsky? Oh my God, you guys are killing me tonight. Actually, it's so funny. I actually have a clip of her randomly because, but I'm not going to do it right now. I already pulled something else up. I will play it. She looks beautiful for 50 years old. She really did, and she looked. It's wild. I would not have. She looks prettier now than she did then. Yeah, I agree. Cat Williams. That's what it was funny, and that's a lot of people thought it was funny. We said, "Oh, the Cat Williams thing," because I mean, it's just you wouldn't even think he'd watch something like that.
Well,
damn.
I got to say something, Nicola. You said something the other night that I was thinking about today, where everyone should the stuff that's going on in DC and all that. Think positive. Think positive. Good changes are going to come. Not so many folks get stuck in the groove of the gloom and doom and want to focus on that. Just good things are coming. They are. They really are.
Amen.
And anybody that we can get off the street and get him out of the country or get him behind bars, good. That's better for all of us. But I got a number for you right here in Washington State. In what was it, 2023, 3,477 people died of overdose just here in Washington State in 2023. So if this action can slow that down or stop it, my God, man, we're all better off. Yeah, think positive, man. I like that.
Well, I don't know. I feel like a lot of different things. I always just try to think of what if. A lot of people go, "What if this happens?" And it's usually bad. And my next thought is always, "What if it don't?"
Yeah.
What if it doesn't? What if good things happen? Because sometimes that does happen. Sometimes you sit and you worry and you fret and you get yourself, all tied up about it, and it never happens. And you wasted that worry and that energy, and you just stressed yourself out for no reason.
Yeah, I agree.
Even aliens are talking about it.
And it's easy to do if you want to fall into that trap and stay there,
Yeah. So, what do you guys think about the whole Putin-Trump thing? I got a little clip of what Trump said, Trump's speaking part. We can, right after Putin spoke, who actually, he also backed him, which a lot of people said was a win. Him saying, we wouldn't have went to war if Trump was in. That pissed some Democrats off. When Putin said that. So here's when Putin got done, because that about hurt. It was, you're hearing him talk and the interpreter. It was almost hard to deal with, but I mean, he didn't say a whole lot, really. Anyway.
Meeting, there were many, many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate. And I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job.
Make a lot of progress. The meeting took place in this room.
Yeah.
This is where you met, right in this
You
room.
did. Well,
Did you have?
Let me examine it.
Oh, there it
You
is.
said-
That's where you were saying.
That's it. I would say that's it. Yep.
So did you have alone time with him?
Yeah, I did. I did actually after our speeches. He made a very good speech, and I also finished it up. And afterwards, we spoke. Right after that, we spoke very sincerely. I think he wants to see it done.
Yeah. In your press conference, you talked about a lot of things that you agreed on, and maybe one big issue you don't agree on. Are you prepared to go public with that?
No, I'd rather not. I guess somebody's going to go public with it. They'll figure it out. But no, I don't want to do that. I want to see if we can get it done. It's not a done deal at all. And Ukraine has to agree. I mean, President Zelensky has to agree. But it's a terrible war where he's losing a lot, and both of them are. And hopefully it can get completed. That'll be a great achievement for them. Forget about me, for them. And you'll save 7,000 lives a week. That's a lot.
I spoke very briefly to Secretary of State Rubio, and he did say to me, he goes, there's a difference when you're in the same room together than versus, talking to each other through the press. Even
through the phone?
Even through the
It's
phone.
not the same thing. When you're on a telephone, it's not the same thing either. This was, we were together almost 3 hours, and it was very extensive. And we agreed on a lot of points. I mean, a lot of points were agreed on, but there's not that much as, one or two pretty significant items, but I think they can be reached. Now it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done. And I would also say the European nations, they have to get involved a little bit, but it's up to President Zelensky. I think we are, and if they'd like, I'll be at that next meeting. They're going to set up a meeting now between President Zelensky and President Putin and myself, I guess. I didn't ask you about it. Not that I want to be there, but I want to make sure it gets done. And we have a pretty good chance of getting it done.
I hope so. You think about it, guys. I've got 3 sons. If that was happening here in the United States, all 3 of my sons would be sitting in a ditch somewhere, being bombarded and shot at and starved and freezing. No, I hope they get that war over with and pull the plug on it, man. Get it done.
Yeah. See the new statistics said Ukraine lost 1.7 million people in that war.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So they hacked into their thing over there, and that's what they come up with: 1.7 million people.
Good Lord.
Jerry said he met Kat at Four Seasons Atlanta, got kicked out of the bar. It's funny because when he came to Kentucky, I don't know, something bad happened. Like, I don't know if somebody said something racist, something ended the show. And then he continued to party all through the city and go to the bars. I knew a lot of people that saw him out that night. And I'm like, man, would you imagine just sitting in a bar one night and here comes Cat Williams into the bar? That would have been wild, but it definitely happened. And a bunch of people, like I said, I knew a bunch of different, he like bar hopped through the city because he quit. He didn't finish the stand up. A lot of the people that went to the show were pissed, but regular people out of bars were like, lucky day. It's kind of crazy. Oh, yay. What's up, Virginia?
Hey, Virginia.
Why the orange man?
Oh, hey, Virginia.
What's
Oh,
up?
she's not ready. There she goes. She's not ready. Have that moment of pause before you start speaking, like I did. It's just like,
Yeah, no, we always go straight to putting you all on the spot. Like, are you there? We should give you a minute.
Hey, I'm a boomer. I don't move so fast anymore.
He does look less orange these days, Billy. I think that's what I said. That was my question. What if things get so good? It's like back in the 50s, it's like that kind of everybody's just
I would love that. And cars would go back to, you can work on them and shit.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
I just mean like the family and the letting kids play out in the yard and run the neighborhood.
That too. Yeah.
Riding bikes and climbing trees, like, back in my day in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, I'd love to see that.
I mean, I know it's probably unlikely, but we don't. I mean, I'm not ruling it out. You never know. Something good could happen. It doesn't always have to be bad. But it's easy to get pulled into it. And but once again, the thing is like when you do sit and worry about something and then it doesn't happen, that is just wasted energy. It's just not good for you, you know? And I've definitely been guilty of that, just in like my personal life, much less politics, you know? But I don't know. It's also good to be aware and to look and see what's going on. But if you're not seeing it, then you shouldn't, you know.
Yeah, what I do quite frequently, Cola, is I've got headphones, Bluetooth to my phone. I go outside, I turn on some music. I got a music playlist on there, and go out and do some gardening, sit out in the sun for a little while, and just I got to take a break from that stuff. I really need to do that, and it's just for my own health. I can't hear the horror and the doom and gloom all the time.
Me
So
too. I agree.
I just turn to music. Music is what does it for me.
I like music. I like my mindless TV shows, stuff like that, and I do like getting outside. But I also like looking for things that I consider positive.
Yeah. Yep.
Like news that I think is good news, And some people, it's crazy how some people look at the same information and one person takes it one way, another takes it the other. It's like there's nothing you can really do about that, as far as changing somebody else's mind or anything like that. It's like it is what it is, and people see what they see. And I really don't want to feel like I'm burying my head in the sand either. But
yeah,
I'm looking at, okay, for example, I always play Robert Gouveia because that guy is a lawyer who understands things I don't. And, he follows all the court proceedings, and sometimes the news doesn't tell you at all.
Yep.
You have no idea these things are going on. And like all the Trump things, whenever all those cases were going on, they'd say what they wanted about it, and that would be that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you follow somebody like that guy, he's going, it's every time anything changes, every time there's a motion, and you're going through the documents and the paperwork and stuff. So I'm just saying, like, I don't know, that a lot of times good things would be happening that weren't being said on the news. You got to look for it, and dig for it in places where you can trust the people, like that aren't only slanted. Because I tell you, you can always tell what that guy does have use his opinion and everything. But he does tell the difference between opinion and fact. And that's how, his views are kind of similar to mine. So if he's mad about something, I'm probably going to be mad about it too. If he's excited, I'm probably going to be excited too. So it's kind of cool for that. But it's still, he won't tell you a lie. He will just tell you the facts, So it's refreshing.
That's difficult to find these days, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Especially with the mass media, that I don't pay any attention to it any more than I have to. But it's all slanted in one direction, and just it's horrible,
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for something real quick. I know I'm quiet because I'm looking back here. I think I had the numbers messed up a little bit. All right. Oh, burn bag. Can you turn it on for a split second? No, hello?
Who?
Okay. Turn it back off. Okay. I just wanted to make sure before I let them up that it was not, I wasn't going to see more of somebody than I wanted to.
Oh, I get you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's burn bag.
What's up?
Get a bat and two balls.
Jack one.
What's up? What don't we know? What are we wrong about?
Here we go.
I'm so glad you're here, Virginia.
Let's get the lube out.
Hey, so did you guys see where Adam Schiff set up a legal fund?
Yeah.
Oh, supposedly he's running out of money or something.
No, he wants taxpayers to pay his legal fees.
Holy hell.
Yep.
Hey, how much is he worth? It's got to be way up there.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I mean, nobody tops my girl Nancy, but
no.
I think I say $50 million he's worth.
Yeah, and I need y'all to pay for my lawyer.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
The sad and sorry thing is, though, there are enough fools out there who will donate to his.
Oh
video.
yeah.
There are enough out there.
Well, there's on both sides of the aisle. I mean, I was at the Republican headquarters in our area this evening because I'm a campaign manager for one of the guys that's running for office. And trust me, there's just as many damn dumb Republicans as Democrats.
I agree. The general public, it's pretty dumb. I got C's all my life. I was the average, I got C's. I tell my kids the same thing. Just bring me C's. You're good, in school,
Oh man, what a lucky kid! So dad
And
just
man,
said, "Bring you C's."
Yeah, just bring me C's, man. And I was a C kid, so but man, I get in certain situations around a lot of people, and I feel like I'm the smartest guy in the freaking room, man. I mean, what I'm trying to say is the general population out there, man, is not very smart.
You know what my uncle used to call that, Yorga?
What?
King of fools. When you're good at something, but the people are, you're better than everybody, but the people around you are just kind of not so great, then you're just the king of fools.
Yeah, and all you are is average. That's my point I'm trying to say. That's my exact point. There's nothing special about me, but yeah.
I agree with you. I agree. I recall that before I retired, I worked for Boeing. I was sitting there at the terminal typing in information for a job I just did, and I was shaking my head and a friend of mine, he was prior Air Force like me, and he'd been at Boeing for a long time. I said, "Gee, Tuggy, I just cannot believe, I was amazed at how these people cannot remember what they did yesterday." And he just looks at me very calmly and goes, "Bobby, don't you realize that 70% of all people are incapable of doing even the most basics of their daily job?"
Yeah, at least 70%. Yeah.
Yes. And I just stiffened up and went, "My God, you're right. I never looked at it that way." Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Sometimes I feel like a genius, but by God, I'm not. I'm just a guy.
So, are you still there, Bob? Am I cutting out?
No. Is it me?
Good. No, maybe not. I was just making sure. It happened last Wednesday. It was freaking horrible. And it happened last night in the backstage. I said, "Oh God, not Wednesday. Please don't let this happen Wednesday."
No, I think it's my connection, Cole, I believe.
Okay. I want to play the short clip of Putin and Trump. Virginia, you mentioned the body language expert. I watched that too. And I mean, I almost never disagree with them, but there were some things I didn't think he got right specifically. Like they said he didn't do the pull-in handshake, and I think he did a little bit, actually.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Yeah, the expert guy said he did, and I was like, are you blind, dude?" Anyways, I just wanted it short, you guys, just real quick here.
Excellent.
I know probably everybody's already seen it and everything, and he made him walk to him. That's something they pointed out, right? Probably on here.
Oh yeah, made him walk a long ass way to get to him.
Yeah, he stays still.
5,
Power
4, 3,
Laugh it up.
2, 1.
Hey, look how happy. How much smaller he is. He's like, "Hi, hello,
How you
little
doing?
Russian
Very
friend."
good, very good trip. We had fun.
And
Very good. Yeah. You beat
over.
Hillary.
All right.
Remember you beat Hillary? They said lots of collusion. We don't
All
need
right,
it.
let's do it, boys. Wait for
Okay,
this.
so that's that. Now, while they're walking, what does Trump decide to do? Talk about timing, by the way. This is not easy to time this.
Oh my God.
Watch what they do. Go ahead, Rob.
3, 2, 1. Cue the bombers. Oh.
Yeah, I love this part with the B-2 and the F-22.
Yeah.
That gives my Air Force heart wood, man.
It's called peace through strength.
Man, it didn't time that perfect. Those planes.
The largest nuclear power, and he claps, and then he leans in and goes, "You're good." How
Did you see the voiceovers all weekend? It's like, Vlad, I'm
That guy, he said, "How gangster is that movie?" It really was.
messing with you.
Yeah, he is.
Oh God, yeah.
And I love that you said the CNN automatically had body language experts. I don't care what your profession is with body language. I don't care if you despise Trump. The timing and how gangster is it that you see through him, and the timing of you know what that means? The bomber's like, "Okay, all right, guys, right now." And the moment that he's about to hit that stage, a B-52 bomber, which can carry nuclear arsenal with 4 fighter jets. Pat, that goes to show him, like, hey, listen, at the end of the day, I'm still the alpha. I'm the boss. Period.
You think that's the reason? Why?
Gangster.
Any other take on what Vinny said?
I think
Any
it's
different take?
gangster.
No. I don't
Come.
disagree with it, but Trump understands the moment and he understands trolling, and trolling can be done in so many different ways.
True that.
Yeah, there was something about that. And I know we all saw it, but yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, the language expert didn't get it right, I don't think. Oh, he didn't do his typical pull him in. It's like, yes, he did. And he even, yeah, there's a lot of things I don't think.
Well, not as bad as he usually does.
Yeah, maybe he took it a little easier.
He took it a little easy on him.
All right. I think this is the quietest I've ever heard Jeff ever. Is his internet, or is your internet messed up?
Negative.
Okay. You don't have anything to say? I mean, they started talking about how master of a troll Trump was, and I'm like, oh, we got Jeff B here. I can't figure out the connection.
Freudian slip.
When you find yourself 9 miles under the ground, King of Fools. Dang, that's worse than the King of Fools, I feel like.
So Jeff, what is your thoughts on what's going to happen with? He already had a meeting with Putin, and he had a meeting with all these other world leaders and little shitbag Zelensky. What happens next?
The bigger meeting, that's what he said, I thought.
The what?
A bigger meeting with multiple leaders. Isn't that what you said? Or am I tripping?
No, you're tripping.
You're tripping. Tripping
So,
balls.
so after that meeting, I got a hold of Monkey, and I asked him if he could go back through some flight history when Putin was supposed to leave, and he said that the plane never transponded from the time the time it left, and also there was no fighter jets that were flying him back across from Alaskan airspace over to Russian airspace, like during the incoming. So I think him and Putin had another meeting outside of everyone's eyes.
Right. Okay. That would only make sense, actually.
Yeah.
And I think Trump basically, what's that?
Do you know anything about the secret grand juries that they were just talking about?
Yeah, well, some of them are being done through a FISA court, which is the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and they're sealing it based on the Espionage Act, treason, sedition, and those courts move pretty much every day. I mean, they'll pick like maybe a New York City, but every day no one knows except for the judge and whoever's in charge of the security detail. Mostly it's the U.S. Marshals, and so they'll go pick up the attorneys, any grand jury, anybody that's coming in to speak, and they get hooded, the whole 9 yards, because they don't want these courts, the locations of them out there.
Well, that's what they said, that if they do it right, it'll be secret, which is like, I never even knew that was a thing, to be honest. I feel like you've learned so much in the last 8-10 years that I knew nothing about.
Well, all you have to do is just go back 2017 and listen to some of Trump's speeches where he said stuff off the cuff and outlandish that nobody knew what he was talking about. And Trump himself said there were over 100,000 sealed indictments. I mean, they knew it then.
But it's taken so long. Like,
Yeah,
this
but you have to realize, though, an indictment could be a person, could be a company, could be a country. I mean, just because it's 100,000 doesn't mean it's 100,000 people. And you know, Trump from 2017 on said you have to do everything constitutionally. I was really disappointed that we didn't see world leaders get arrested during Trump's little showdown at the White House, but but that was definitely an awkward meeting.
Well, I think one thing you're waiting on about all the indictments, they got to get rid of all these rogue judges.
They have to get rid of what?
The rogue judges.
Well, I think, yeah.
Dang, Miss Menderson. Bonnie, what are you holding in this picture? I want to tell, so I can't tell. I want to know. So that's true, Jeff. Up to 99 can be on one indictment. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you get, you get into special indictments, which if it's based on national security, there's other rules. NSA has a specific set of usage for their indictments. And if you look at like the next, if you're in a big city and like a democratically controlled big city, start looking at your Walmarts and look how they've changed.
Well, just since I'm not, tell me.
Well, Walmart's funded by the U.S. military. A lot of people don't realize that under the Defense Department. It's under the Defense Authorization Act, to where at any point in time, the Department of Defense can come into a Walmart and basically take it over. That's why everything at Walmart that you see is on wheels, so everything can be pushed back.
Huh. And pushed back, and then what? That reminds me of the whole thing that people were saying. What was that? A lot of years ago. Yes, there you go.
Well, I think when
that out wheels so that they can set up camps for who?
I think it's going. Me personally, I think it's going to be for the upcoming unrest when, with all these subpoenas going out to Congress, and I really do not see that Hillary Clinton, any of them, are going to show up to Congress to testify. And if you
the Bannon treatment,
yeah, absolutely, and that may be how they do the arrest.
Well, how many Walmarts do they need? There's a Walmart every 10 miles.
Well, you think about it though. Just look at Los Angeles, right? So these ICE protests that are going on. Well, in certain neighborhoods, if they announce that they arrested Obama on espionage charges, attempted coup of the U.S. government, you're going to need a lot of space to house people for, vigilantism, rioting.
For American citizens.
Well, it'd be a trial.
in Walmart, the people are going to be tried like a court inside of a Walmart.
It'll be revised into a courtroom.
They call that the blue light special, baby.
You were good. God, they should just do the dollar stores of the South, and then they'd really have it covered. There's a dollar store where you turn.
That's probably why Kmart went out of business, because there was no action.
Well, as long as folks don't do stupid and violent things, you got nothing to worry about.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about the American populace. I I mean,
have
you
more faith in the American populace. I don't think people are that emotionally charged. Everyone has fatigue for some reason. Just over it. Something goes down, great. But I don't see Americans being crammed into Walmarts in a mock courtroom situation, leading to what next? Like another FEMA camp?
no. If you look at L.A. Let's say you get 1,000 people
Mhm.
that go out and vandalize, loot. Where are you going to put 1,000 people? The holding cells for LA County Sheriff won't hold 1,000 people. Local police departments, you can't hold 1,000 people. They have to have someplace bigger in order to house people until they see a judge.
That's what it sounds like, Bonnie. But he's saying the people that they're arresting. So if you're in your home, they're not going to come to your home and round you
No.
up.
Look, it. How I think this plays out is when they announce that high-level government officials have been arrested, there's going to be some sort of messaging put out saying, look, Trump's already laid the groundwork. You spit, we hit. I think there's going to be, whether it comes through, EBS, Amber Alert system, whatever, saying, look, you go out and you dance with the devil and you're going to get what's coming to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right
Amen.
here on panel, Bob knows a lot about martial law, at least maybe not in America,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
but
I've been in
law.
martial law overseas. It's not fun.
Well, think about it. You were kind of under a revised martial law during COVID.
That really didn't come close to real martial law, guys.
Well, correct.
Seriously.
But
Seriously.
it was a test phase, just like the stimulus payments. Don't think that the government was just giving that money out for shits and giggles. That was a test run.
Yeah, see what they get you to do for money.
Well, me personally, I think it's for a different reason. I think it's going to be to see how Treasury is able to handle bulk distribution payments for tariffs.
Virginia. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at these comments. The spirit of Walmart's in you.
That's a South Park episode. It's so true.
Luke, I feel the spirit of Walmart in you.
Well, I don't know, man. I know that they were talking about Walmart's a long time ago, and that was different. That was we were all going to get.
Well, I think a lot of that was just fear porn and for people to make money.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It will be shocking to me to actually see somebody big or several high-profile people actually be arrested. But I'm not going to say it couldn't happen. To me, that's like actually draining the swamp.
Well,
it's coming.
Well, you know why? It's because there has been no justice in the justice system. Look, if I would have done half the stuff that some of these people that worked in some of the agencies that I worked at, if I would have done 1/100th of what they've done, I'd be in Leavenworth. There's no doubt. You'd have been security clearance suspended, SSO walked you out of the skiff, and boom, you're in federal custody.
I'm glad you said security clearance revoked because you just segued me. I've got to play this clip real quick. I'm sure you already know Tulsi revoking the security clearances, and I'll get it wrong. So I just like to play the short, let them read the article real quick. But
leading to Russia hoax, politicizing and manipulating intelligence.
Oh, shoot.
From the Post Millennial, breaking: Tulsi Gabbard terminates 37 security clearances for individuals relating to Russia hoax, politicizing and manipulating intelligence.
Good.
National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has revoked 37 security clearances of current and former officials who have abused trust by politicizing and manipulating information. This includes people who were involved in the Russia collusion hoax. An ODNI memo dated Monday and first obtained by the New York Post stated that the president has directed that, effective immediately, the security clearances of the following 37 individuals are revoked. Among those who had their clearances stripped was a former top aide to Obama administration DNI James Clapper, Vin Nguyen. I'm pronouncing that name wrong. Win?
Vin Nguyen.
Vin Nguyen. Nguyen is Win.
Vietnamese name.
That is
When, yeah.
their access to classified systems, facilities, materials, and information is to be terminated forthwith. Any contracts or employment with the U.S. government by these 37 individuals is hereby terminated. Any credentials held by these individuals must be surrendered to the appropriate security officers. The memo stated. It is the determination of this office that certain individuals have engaged in some or all of the following conduct undermining those standards, to include politicization or weaponization of intelligence to advance personal interest, partisan or non-objective agendas inconsistent with national security priorities, failure to safeguard classified information in accordance with applicable laws, regulations and agency policies, failure to adhere to professional analytic tradecraft standards, and other conduct detrimental to the trust and confidence required for continued access to national security information. Do you guys?
So I just didn't want to try to say all that and get it all messed up, but that's back to the
trust the plan.
I hate that you can't see that cue he does. I mean, anyways, but definitely I think that's a good thing. And they go on, and I'll play some more if you guys are interested in a bit, where they talk about it stops the revolving door. That is literally the beginning of getting rid of the deep state. You know, you got to stop them from coming back in like this circular motion. And because a lot of times they said they don't do the security clearance. Then the other administration comes in. Of course, then there's the argument they can have younger, more zealous people take the place when the other side takes hold. But it's a start, you know, it's a good thing, I would think, to revoke those clearances.
Well,
and Tulsi Gabbard and Tulsi Gabbard's hot, so bonus.
But look now at Adam Schiff. He's had his security clearance revoked. He can't do his job any longer.
Why the buildup of National Guard in D.C.? Mary Freeland.
I have thoughts on that. Can I share?
Certainly.
Okay. National Guard, I know they've been federalized, but the National Guard is set up for 2 weeks during the year, every other weekend. So it could be that many of the guys who are standing guard right now are going to rotate out after their 2 weeks, and they'll bring in some more guardsmen. That's a fact. It's 2 weeks a year and every other weekend. So that may play into it. This is why they're bringing in more guardsmen. Possibly. It's just
makes
saying.
Sense. It makes total sense.
Yeah.
No such luck, Billy. Okay, Jeff, I'm sure you have something too, right?
Well, I think it's a double-edged sword. One, yeah, they are doing a cleanup. But the second thing is they've been deputized by the U.S. Marshals. The reason why they had to be deputized is because when Trump basically took over D.C., all law enforcement now responds to him. Anybody with arresting powers inside D.C., Trump's now their boss for 30 days. And then if he needs additional time, then he has to go for congressional approval on it. And I think there's some security issues that within D.C. that they're trying to seal up. And, the government loves to do exercises. And this could also be like a cause and effect. Okay, if we introduce this into DC and New York goes sideways or LA, what is we'll say the polling data for Trump or whoever's in office? And so many people just, and I get it because we haven't publicly been told anything has happened. Everybody wants to see everything now, and I get that. But with the little bit of news that comes out every day, a lot of people have shut down. They're trying to get away from it because it's augmenting their reality. And this is why I think a lot of stuff hasn't been shown. It's just going to have to be dripped out because people will melt down.
I don't agree with that. I don't think everyone wants it now. We want it ever. This goes back to Kennedy. This goes before that. So when can you cite any point in history that accountability was real and true?
Watergate, G. Gordon Liddy.
Some people say that Nixon was actually fucked with, that wasn't really justice. He got pushed out.
I'm not saying Nixon. I'm saying G. Gordon Liddy.
Okay.
G. Gordon Liddy got stripped. I mean, he was so damn close to going to prison for the rest of his life.
Most of our criminals get airports named after them. We have Dulles. We have war criminals they have these wonderful buildings and monuments named after them. They don't get accountability.
No, but Liddy did serve time now, didn't he?
Yes.
That's what Jeff's saying. Real quick, side note, Chessboard says revoking security is not being held accountable. And I do agree with you. But I think that's actually what they were saying, is that if they can't arrest them, if they haven't committed a crime enough to be arrested yet, that's the least that they can do. And hey, it's better than nothing. I'll take it.
Yeah,
I was happy to hear it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just want to respond to that.
Well, revoking somebody's security clearance gets them outside of the bubble because there's
They called it the revolving door, Jeff. They said they'll often go out but then come back in, and like a different side takes control, and now they still have their passes or security clearances or whatever. That stops the revolving door. At least that's what they were saying over on that.
It depends on how long your SSBI is good for, which is a single scope background investigation. So if it's only good for 90 days after the pause of your security clearance, then a whole new investigation has to be done on you. But when you remove or revoke their clearance, all data stops to them. You cannot access any skiffs. You have zero need to know. And it is the whole thing with security clearances are a clusterfuck anyways.
Okay, but can you cite any time in history? All right, you got Watergate there, but really what we've all known, the intelligence agencies are against us, the government is against us. We know all of that. So personally, I'm not in a rush. I'm more just being realistic. Like, shit, it takes decades for, all parties involved have to be dead before you really see anything interesting come out.
Yeah, my thoughts on this is, I just like with the Epstein list, I don't think you're probably ever going to see it, just because, especially now, hypothetically, let's say DOJ, Trump, whoever released the Epstein list, we'd be in a constitutional crisis because we wouldn't have a functioning government, because probably too many political leaders would be entangled in lawsuits and hearings. But there are a lot of people that want to see arrests, and they want to see it now. And if they don't see them, then it's all bullshit. Because we are a society now, especially with the cesspool that social media is, they have to see everything now. And if anybody knows anything about the military is a very, very slow and methodical machine. and politics is even worse.
Well, the one thing I remember off that board too was I kept hearing military is the only way. The military is the only way. And then when they started saying that in DC, it triggered me to remembering that phrase. Military is the only way.
Well, and I think the last thing that the military wants to do is to even come out and say they're having anything to do with it, because you will have a segment of the population, which is, you know, being generous, saying 18 to 25% of the populace, one will say, oh, Trump's a dictator. I mean, they're already doing that now, but they don't want a military coup. You know, and some people would believe that, you know, a coup is in effect. But the thing about the military is they don't care who their commander in chief is, Republican or Democrat. It's their commander in chief. It's a totally different mindset. You may not like his politics, but when just like when Bill Clinton came to Hawaii for Pearl Harbor Day, you know, a lot of officers didn't like it, but they still go to show their respect because that's their commander in chief.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they really don't have any choice in that matter.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason I took that phrase was the military was the only way to get rid of the deep state, because it was such a big, it was so deep entangled. That was the only way. And I see, you know, some people, Bonnie, saying no military. And the only reason that I'm even saying that phrase was because I heard it so much. And that was how it was explained, was that was the only way to overthrow.
Well, if you look at it in that perspective, the deep state, there's only 3 or 4 agencies inside the United States that can actually go to a foreign country and arrest somebody. There's only one group that can go into a foreign country, do a snatch and grab, and bring them people to the United States, and that's the U.S. military. And I think that's what they're referring to, is for hypothetically the Klaus Schwabs, the people of foreign that aren't U.S. citizens that are
FBI
overseas.
the FBI can go abroad and arrest people.
But they don't do snatch and grabs.
Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do.
Not like a military does a snatch and grab.
I don't even know what a snatch and grab is. So one of the two of you needs
So
to.
a snatch and grab is where you go into a foreign country. You have an operation to where you, like, let's just say Bin Laden. The military went into Pakistan, and ultimately they were going to kill him because they didn't want him to be a martyr. But if they had their way, you would snatch him, meaning, you know, you're grabbing him out of a building and taking them and bringing them to a black site or into the United States. The FBI can do that. They have HRT that can, but 90% of the time, that's sent over to the Defense Department.
There was a case in Davao City in the island of Mindanao where there was an American pedophile, and without any warning, the FBI came in, grabbed him right off the street, took him directly to the airport, and flew him out of there. That's a fact, you know. So the FBI can do the same thing.
Well, I understand that, and I'm not saying they can't, but 80 to 90% of your snatch and grabs are done by the military.
Are you sure? Oh, know, man. Mama, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. I've lived abroad, and I've seen stuff go on overseas that, you know, the FBI does that stuff in Indonesia also, and Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam. They go abroad and they grab people right off the street, American citizens, and you're gone. They take them directly to the airport and fly them out right now.
It's kind of like extradition, international style.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he said it just depends on the severity. Like if it's bad enough, they will, but they don't generally. But I could be mistaken. I thought that's what he said. Was they can't, they don't.
Didn't they say he was American citizen though? But what if they ain't American citizen? Then it goes to the military, I think, maybe. Huh?
Well, the FBI can pick up anybody, but it's here. Where I'm getting at is normally when the FBI goes into a foreign country, they notify people. They notify the local law enforcement. Our military doesn't do that.
Clandestine.
And, you know, somebody said something in here about Special Activities Division for the FBI. Yeah, you're correct. And guess where they get a lot of the clandestine and Special Activities Division? They TDY them out of Special Forces into DOJ.
What is that? Temporary discharge?
No, TAD is temporary active duty.
Oh, okay.
TAD is temporary assigned duty.
Yeah.
That's a Navy term. The Air Force, we called it TDY, temporary duty.
Oh my gosh, is dead.
Yeah. Anyway.
Snatch and grabs for marriage.
Wow.
But one positive thing, though, is I've seen multiple sidewalk interviews with citizens in D.C. of all ages, all colors, and they're overall pretty positive. They're glad to see it. The Fed law enforcement and the guard patrolling the streets are glad to see it. So
The people that are actually there, yeah, they said. That was the lady.
It's like I said, as long as you're not out there breaking laws and misbehaving, what's the difference? You know, you got nothing to worry about.
Yep.
And if your community's safer, hell yeah. I just wonder what's going to happen when they leave. You know, I mean, I am worried about that.
Yeah.
I'll turn back to a cesspool.
Well, it's DC. You've been up there, Jeff. It's freaking DC, man. It's a dump.
Well, you know, right at the White House, 11 o'clock at night, you hear gunshots going off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
DC is incredibly dangerous. I've been there several times, and it is sketchy as fuck. Now, let's say they round up these criminals and homeless and whatever. Where are they taking them?
I don't know.
And because a lot of them are U.S. citizens, what are the solutions they have then? Is it Walmart's?
I don't know what they're doing with the homeless. I mean, you see them, they're tearing down their camps and everything, but where are those people going? I don't know. And it's a shitload of people.
Yep.
I really thought that they were helping them, but I mean, maybe I'm naive to believe that, but you would think that they would try. At least there's something. There's got to be at least a shelter somewhere they could send them, or so. I hope not get one.
Well, some of them don't want to be helped. They like living that lifestyle.
Most of them don't want to be helped.
That's a fact. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a drug problem more than a housing problem.
Well, and you know, if you go down one rabbit hole with this, you know, who do you blame for this? You have to blame the American people for creating this problem. And why you would blame the American people is you keep supposedly voting in the same idiots that don't take care of the issue.
They're all idiots. This has been an issue for years, no matter who's in charge.
Right. So
Yeah,
now,
but what's the answer though? What's the answer? I don't know. I personally don't know.
There aren't enough beds in hospitals or prisons. The prisons are overcrowded, and do they deserve to be arrested for being homeless? Probably not.
Probably
Now,
not.
does this just push them out into other smaller communities, you know, just basically dispersing them somewhere, because some places do that for sure. They'll take a truckload and drop them off in some small town somewhere to absorb the blow.
well,
So
I could have a solution in 30 seconds.
Okay.
What Roots just mentioned, Seattle already did that to us a few years ago. They cleaned up all their streets, and all they did was they gave them bus and train tickets and sent them out to the suburbs. And I remember seeing like over 80 of them arriving in one day in my small town.
You know, they did the same thing with, they were giving some of them, I don't know, I think they were from LA, free flights to Hawaii, one way flight to Hawaii. And they're out
I've
there.
heard about that. Yes, I've heard of that.
no, Hawaii will send you to they don't care where. It's Hawaii reversing that.
What was the
Yeah.
30-second solution?
The 30-second solution?
Yes.
Stop all money going to any foreign country. Taking that money and, you know, you build an apartment complex and you get free room and board. But in order to get this free room and board, you have to do community service. Go out and clean the streets. You know, shit. If somebody would tell me, hey, you got to go out 4 days a week, 8 hours a day, to pay your mortgage that's $1,800 a month. Shit. Okay.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't think like that. A lot of people just do not care, and they're not going to work no matter what you do.
And I think a lot of that's based on how you're raised.
Well, some of them are willing.
Agreed.
There's just not enough beds. There are not enough beds as it is in rehab centers or prisons.
Well, you can make more beds by
Okay,
turning off.
they could do a lot of things, but they could have done it 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
So who do you blame for that? You blame the American people for keep putting in the same politicians, or you go to the alternate.
I blame
The American
corrupt politicians who have squandered the money. California, man, they've gotten, I don't know. I don't know what the dollar amount is. So much money, and none of it. And if you do the math, it would be like $250,000 per homeless person. They're still in the same spot, and it's worse. And that's just one example. They are lining their own pockets. They're doing their own agendas, no matter what gets voted in or who has input on it. The problems are only getting worse. So I blame the corrupt councils.
Yeah, but here, how are the corrupt councils staying in there? Because
do you believe voting is? Do you really think that we have integrity in our voting system?
That's where I'm getting to.
2020 was stolen, but then everything else is valid. Come on, man.
That's the point I'm getting to. You only have two things to blame. You either blame the American people for being dumb enough to keep putting these politicians that aren't making your cities any better, or you have treason, sedition, and you have an attempted coup of the U.S. government. Those are the only two solutions.
Here's a suggestion on where these folks are going to be stored at. Okay, they've called in other states, you know, Virginia and wherever else. They're probably going to be arriving with truckfuls of GP medium and temper tents and cots. and set up a temporary encampment on federal land somewhere. I think that's where a lot of these people are probably going to be going. Is that's what the military can do very quickly, is set up an encampment with a fully stocked kitchen. They've already got medical personnel with them, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's one possible way where they're going to store all these folks.
Well, I hate to take a hard shift, but I've been trying to get here. So we had the meeting where he flew the bombers over the head and shook the hand and all this. Well, then they're going to have another one, right, Jeff? With Zelensky and some other world leaders. Anyways, this is a small clip of them talking about it on the PBD show or whatever. Because I want them to explain it so I don't mess it up. But I don't know. No, I wondered if you guys were listening to this part here. List of crap.
Macron will be there. Ursula, president of the European Commission, because he has diplomacy. Which the idea of what's going on there. So do we have the list of people?
Yeah, Rob, Rob, I sent you a picture of who's coming.
French Macron will be there. Ursula, president of the European Commission, will be there. German chancellor will be there. Italian Giorgia Meloni will be there. By the way, just so you know, most of these guys have a decent relationship with Trump. So what, they're trying to protect him? Is that what they're trying to do? Or
oh man, I was trying to pause it with the list on the screen. Because these guys are just speculating to some degree also. Did I go back too far? I just want to pause that list and check.
Ursula, president of the European Commission.
There it is. This is what I was talking about when I said a bunch of people. Show a united front supporting Ukraine. I thought this was a meeting. I think it is still. I think Putin and Trump were going to be there. No. And all these people. Just listen to this for just a short while. They're speculating right here.
Will be there. German chancellor will be there. Italian Giorgia Meloni will be there. By the way, just so you know, most of these guys have a decent relationship with Trump. So what, they're trying to protect them? Is that what they're trying to do? Or are they worried that Zelensky's going to ruin it again and there's more war? Because, you know, the promise that Trump's trying to give Putin, brokering it through EU, from what I've looked at with what people are saying, is he's trying to make sure Trump knows Ukraine is not going to join NATO. But if you cross the line again, I'm going to be participating in Article 5. Like we may be involved in an Article 5 because you're crossing the line. You can't attack Ukraine. So I think some of the ways they're trying to give Russia what he wants, which means Ukraine can join NATO. But then at the same time, they're also trying to protect Ukraine, that if you do attack them, this also is a form of a what is the one that's on the NATO, that if you cross the line, it is as if you're attacking EU.
Article 5.
NATO,
Article 5.
Yeah.
You attack one, you attack all. We are obligated to help.
So then they ask him and they say, well, what about the minerals? You know, you need so many minerals from them. What about that? And he's like, what about the minerals? You think we can't get them from other places? He says, yeah, of course we like the minerals from Zelensky. Of course we like minerals from Russia, but we have other options as well. I just really like the way Rubio's handling himself. But to me, with the meeting they're having, that's going to be happening today. One, if Zelensky wears a suit, who wins there? Who gets to win if he wears a suit?
He gets
Trump.
he-
No, Trump gets to win.
Yeah.
Okay, Trump gets to win. If NATO forces whoever got Zelensky to wear a suit, that's Trump's ask.
Yes.
So I guarantee on a call, Trump and his people talked to all these 7 other people, and they said, I swear to God, if he shows up to the White House without a suit, there's no deal. Okay, so that's one.
That's great.
So guess what? They all going to force this guy to wear a suit. Will he? Will he not? We'll see. If he doesn't, guess what? You lack diplomacy.
So he just said, oh, Bonnie's here. Good to see you, Bonnie. I'm
know.
sorry for a minute. When I'm on the other screen, I don't see it. I'm sorry. I know you might have been.
No, you're okay.
So that's what I was talking about. He said
That
today,
was-
I'm trying to see
Yeah.
when that video is.
That
Go
that
ahead.
meeting already took place.
That's what he said today, but it's not that old of a video, is it? Let's see.
No, this meeting just took place like 3 days ago.
Okay, but then how many days? So right after, it was just like right back to back?
Yes. So you had Putin and Trump in Alaska. The very next day, you had the European leaders and NATO and Zelensky come to the White House. There is no meeting right now between Trump, Putin, and Zelensky. I don't think that meeting will ever happen, because I think if Putin goes to a meeting with Zelensky and Trump, he's going to get backlash from the hardliners with inside Russia.
I agree.
Yep.
And and you know, I don't think Zelensky wants the money train to stop.
No.
Yeah, that's they were a lot of.
Because I mean, I thought it was nice when Zelensky came and he didn't wear a suit and his wife went on a shopping spree in New York on our tax dollars.
Zelensky is a spokesmodel. He doesn't have that much power in and of himself. He is being marionetted by
Us, because we overthrew Yanukovych and put him in there.
Yeah, it's us and others.
Sure, because you know there's a lot of stuff that goes on inside Ukraine that benefits money laundering and other stuff.
They're a big laundromat.
I saw someone ask if we liked the suit that we bought Zelensky.
Right.
So he did wear the damn suit then. So
Yes.
Which is it's kind of funny that it's such a big deal, but I remember they all made a big deal at the White House, and even Trump tried to let him off the hook. He goes, I think it's a nice look, or I think it's a nice, I don't know exactly how he said it, but it was weird. And it was like he was trying not to make him feel bad.
All about how he wore the suit.
He didn't wear a suit to the White House.
He should have wore a suit. I mean, yeah, that's to me that's a sign of disrespect. You're coming to a foreign country, into the nation's capital with your Salvation Army bucket, wanting money, and you can't even dress up for the occasion.
Absolutely. I can remember everybody going nutso when Michelle got off the airplane from a trip dressed the way she was, saying, oh my gosh, look at this. This is our first lady.
They want to say that, what she looked like. Look at our president. I'm talking about what the first lady looked like. Just saying.
I mean, can you imagine?
He did. Just saying. Go ahead, Jeff.
Could you imagine what our news media would say if Trump went overseas to meet with world leaders and come off the plane with a golf outfit on, like he just got off 18 holes?
Right.
There'd be an outcry over it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, it's always like that, though. But I don't know, man. It's just so much going on. It is hard to keep up with. So that's I was kind of confused, but they were saying something about that, how he's goes on this long flight, goes here, comes back, gets on another flight, like hardly any sleep. Yeah, it was that. And he's at his age, it's kind of insane, all the things. Like he's just flying around meeting everybody. It's like I wouldn't want to do all that. I'd be exhausted.
And why would I mean? Everybody I think can agree that Trump has an ego. I mean, you have to. When you get to that stage, you have a huge ego. But why in the world would you want to do this a second time? I mean, all right. So there's enough circumstantial evidence out there to prove that there's something bigger happening. But and I first said that this whole meeting with Putin didn't make any sense. Putin flew 9.5 hours. Trump flew about 6.5 hours for a 2.5 hour meeting.
Yeah.
It's all for show.
Right.
Unless he really did. What you said just a minute ago, that's where he got those thumb drives from, was from Putin. So that
No, that was from the soccer ball.
I have no idea what. Okay, well so they've had it this whole time?
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
NSA at it the whole time.
Okay. I think they probably met for longer than 2.5 hours. I'm sure there was a solid day's worth of events. They probably had dinner together, things that we are not privy to.
Yeah, in the United States and not in Alaska.
Well, yeah, it's pretty close, territory.
Probably,
there.
yeah,
I mean, it
I'm
was
guessing Fort Carson, Colorado.
perhaps, but the security would have been very tight. They could have just stayed in Alaska. I mean,
Sure. You were on a military base.
yeah.
Billy. Was the first man? I mean,
A weed deal. Wow, I never looked at it that way. Maybe it was. Maybe it was a big old weed deal. You never know.
A vodka deal.
Right.
Well, Mike was muted. I thought about it when Zelensky came over this time.
mhm.
He was wearing his freaking granimals or whatever the first time.
Yeah.
And this time, he kind of wore a suit, but it kind of wasn't a suit because I think he felt like if I do a flat out full suit with a tie,
Right.
everybody's gonna think I'm Trump's bitch.
Right.
So I'll do something a little bit in between. I mean, it was kind of a suit, kind of not a suit, but better than what he had before. So
Right.
I mean, and honestly, what did they accomplish at the White House?
I don't know.
It's none of our business. Don't you know we're plebes?
I mean, you have these. I mean, I have my personal thoughts on it. I think some of these world leaders have been told, look, there's going to be a shakeup within the United States. You're going to start seeing some stuff that you never thought you would see, and you better tell your governments and your allies' governments that during this transitional period, don't mess around because you'll fuck around and find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one point of view.
In all honesty, we really don't know what's happening, and we're
I
not
fucked
intending-
around and fell in love.
Let's talk about Tulsi Gabbard. Like I said, she's freaking hot, man.
Oh yeah.
I agree, Jeff.
I got another positive thing we can be happy about, and Trump and crime, and people actually liking him better. I mean, like, to me, that's good. It's just a short one
Harry Enton from CNN.
from
Do
CNN.
we get somebody that's going to protect DC or not? What do we do with National Guard, right? Watch this here. So CNN Harry Enton says Americans vastly prefer Trump
He's
in handling of crime over Biden. Is anybody surprised of this? Go ahead, Rob.
Compare Biden in handling of crime.
Yeah, okay. I think this sort of gives the game
She's
away here because
miserable.
Donald Trump is like Air Jordan towering
Yes.
over Joe Biden when it comes to their handling of crime. Look, in 2024, look at where Biden's net approval was on crime. Way underwater there at minus
Water.
26 points. It was one of Biden's worst issues. Granted, pretty much every issue was one of Biden's worst issues. And again, way above Joe Biden.
Harry,
What is
watch
that?
your language.
27 points. So
About to get
Americans
fired.
vastly prefer Donald Trump's approach to crime than they did to Joe Biden's. And again, I think it gets back to the point that Americans
27
are
plus
far more
minus.
hawkish on crime than a
Sheila,
lot of Democrats.
look at it.
want.
Americans writ large, but how does it break down by party?
Yeah, okay. So I think that this is, we're talking about Donald Trump here, right?
Sounds
So
like
I think it's very
McDonald's.
important to know that this isn't
Why is she
just
wearing McDonald's
about
colors?
Donald Trump. It's about Republicans versus Democrats, right? And that, of course, is a key question going into next year's midterm election. I think the party closest to your views on crime. Look, in 2023, Republicans were favored by 13 points. Look at where they were in May of this year. Republicans were actually favored by 16 points. They actually gained ground on crime. They were maintaining their edge and actually added a little bit to it. So Republicans in the House, Republicans in the Senate, they absolutely want to be talking about crime. The more they feel that we're talking about crime, the better they feel that the electoral landscape is for them.
Okay. Good to see you. Thank you.
Nice.
No, it's not good to see you. You're not that.
Man, you guys talking about speeding up. It's 1 1/4. Y'all listen slow. I get bored at regular speed on some of these people talk slow. Chickmunks, y'all should hear it on 1.5, 175. It's 1 1/4. It's the slowest you can speed it up. And I do it also.
But
I do it
you speak normally at 1.5 anyway.
I'm saying, and I think I get bored. I'm already falling asleep if they take that long to get to that. I need at least 1.25, but I truly do listen to most things on 1.5. I don't do it here because everybody freaks out on me. I'm like, it's not that fast. You guys listen slow. Anyways,
slow.
That's why you fucked up with you.
It's because Cola talks fast. She's
All right. You're
no.
listening too slow, you bastards.
But
So, Jeff, how do we quit sending money to all the other countries?
How do you? You just stop it.
So
The
who gets it to stop?
the president, he's the chief executive officer.
So who puts that bug in his ear?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's they've thought about it. I mean, I would have.
she wants you to say we the people. That's what she's wanting you to say.
Yeah, but you do it at your ballot box.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't do it.
Well, right.
We all know that.
Correct. But look, you got a panel of 6 people here that mostly would never agree. Just multiply that by how many people that are in the United States.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of people don't agree with me. But that's okay.
No, just all of us. I don't think you meant. I mean,
No, I think you meant all of us in general. Like a
yes, any two of us in the room together.
Right. And so it gets back to my point. Either the American people are some of the dumbest people on the planet, or there is something in our elections that isn't right.
And I go with the second. So that's where it comes down to the assembling of the people.
But
Constitutionally.
right, but the American people are too lazy. They're too worried. They're too worried about swiping on TikTok and Facebook.
Goodness, now you sound like Ricky.
Well, no,
Scary.
but I'm being serious.
I know you are.
If it doesn't affect your daily life, you don't care.
Exactly. And that's the problem. I'm for the country, not just my area.
Well, and that's the way it should be in a utopia. But yeah, I mean, you have American citizens that go out and burn the American flag, which I agree with your right to do it. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
I will never agree with it.
Well, I mean, it's a slippery slope. That's your freedom of speech. I don't agree with it, but I served this country, fought for it, got messed up for it, for their right to do it. Because you don't agree with it, I don't agree with it, doesn't mean that they shouldn't have the freedom to do it.
Exactly. That
I
is
mean,
First Amendment.
right, and that's where society should take care of that.
Yes. So how do we make the laws where society can take care of situations like that without being arrested?
Well, there you go. There's the $1 million question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if the people are ever going to do anything, but I'm seeing what's happening, and there is still good happening, and I'm seeing it. They're getting rid of. we have a guy on the inside, that's the way I see it. He is working for us, and people don't have to believe that, but he's getting rid of all of the bad people one by one. Every day there's a new list of names. This person's being indicted. This person's subpoenaed. This person's got their security clearance taken. This person's fired. And I mean, it is a big list. One of the very first thing they did is go in and clean out and cutting this off. But I mean, that's what I see. And if it's up to us, completely up to us, I am afraid, because I agree that people don't care enough. But I want to play this one short clip, that's something they were talking about that I found interesting. It's only like a minute or two, real quick.
Going on in DC, two things. First of all, the mainstream media always turn it into a referendum on Trump. They want to get rid of Trump, so they're going to mention Trump and authoritarianism. Those are the words they use. They don't talk about any of the numbers. Stephen Miller just dropped the numbers. If those numbers are correct for one weekend, what does that look like after a month? If those numbers are correct for a weekend, what does that look like just here as summer comes down, it gets colder in DC, and supposedly
he totally glitched. He meant to go further, but he repeated himself. But I know what he's saying.
when it gets cold in DC, some of the stuff goes down because the people, the homeless, migrate a little bit because it's so cold. So my question is, why don't you guys want to talk about numbers? The answer is it's get rid of Trump at all cost. And the Dems are sacrificing people in terms of narrative because guess what? Everybody benefits from this. You've got people of color that are asking for protection, that they don't want to be a voting bloc that's pandered to. They want safety in their neighborhood, just like everybody else. And this guy from Africa that came to the United States, don't know much about his background, but you hear his accent. He appears to be, believable. And he's like, I'm going to leave and go back to Africa from Chicago. So you look at what's happening in these cities. And I think Trump is doing exactly the right thing because remember, he is not crossing over the authority and sovereignty of a state. It's the District of Columbia, and it was Christmas back in 1973 that they got the self-rule document, and it says, if you can't do it yourself, Congress and the government will do it for you.
And that's what he's doing.
That's what he's doing.
And by the way, I don't know if you guys.
And that's the way that I feel too. But I'm not quite as articulate as that guy is. So I played that clip for y'all. But that is how I feel. I do think it's the right thing to do. And I'm happy it's happening. And the clip that they showed was this African guy going to some kind of camera, and he's like, I'm going back to Africa. You need to, I think it was Chicago. I can't even remember where he was, but he was like, I don't even want to be here. It's that bad. You need to get out of DC and come to the other cities as well. And that was the clip he was referencing. I didn't play it, but that is the way I feel.
It was snowing, and he was like, no one told me it was going to be like this.
Yeah, and that's what they were saying. But I mean, I think he was also talking about it was crime, and he was scared to be there almost. Like he'd rather be. I wouldn't want to be out in the middle of it, but I don't even want to be in the cities anymore. And I agree with Brew too that when I was on my little rant, that does have a lot to do with. That's it was almost immediate, so much happened so quickly, and it's not over, It's like those 10 people that those were some big names. And he said indicted. That guy was Bill Barr. You said he was going to be indicted. They said that he was just testifying or whatever. He was subpoenaed. But there's some more, like we can do a little bit more of that. I can't ever, I always think I'm done, but there is a lot of good stuff that comes out in 1 week. And I can't imagine the things I've missed,
Well, some of this was going on under Biden's administration. Look at all the CEOs that were fired under Biden.
I remember that, but it was and they stepped down. A lot of people stepped down.
Correct.
That was a big thing going on, and it was like we were all noticing it at the same time. It's like they knew what was coming. I'm looking now for.
I think where Bill Barr's biggest indictment is going to come from is the Epstein list.
Well, that's what he's testifying about right now. Where were we? Shoot. I was gonna quit, but it's like, you know what? This is good information, and this is only a day old, and it's all good. Like it's not. To me, there's no way to spin this negative. I hope I didn't already. Did I? committee subpoenaed the Justice Department for the records and set a deadline of August 19th. Did I already play this clip? Officials with the Department of Justice informed us that the department will begin to provide Epstein. Yes, we did. We went through this one, I think. Epstein-related records to Oversight Committee this week on Friday, Comer said. Of course, and they said, don't hold your breath or whatever. So wait, it's a little bit further past this. I don't think I played this one, but did I play like a clip with Comer? I don't think I did. If I did, I'll just stop, but I don't think I did. I meant to, and then I get squirrel in here. We go on so many different topics, and it's like, oh, I got a clip of that. Oh, I want to play this one clip because of that. And then I'm off where I just was. But yeah, I don't think I played it. Well, tell me if I did though, because I don't want to bore you. It's only like 2 minutes anyways. I never play too long, so I don't want y'all to be sitting here waiting to have something to say forever.
Longer clip, all the media companies just post short clips. Here's more. Appreciate everybody being here today. We're very excited. This will be our first deposition in our bipartisan investigation into the entire Epstein Island saga. So we've got a lot of questions for former Attorney General Barr. I appreciate his willingness to come in, and hopefully this will be the first of any. I'll answer the question.
You set a deadline for tomorrow for DOJ to release an unredacted full Epstein file. Do you expect them to deliver on that?
We're having really good conversations. You have to understand how many documents there are. I think we'll receive the documents very soon. They're compiling everything together. I think we're working together in a good faith effort, and everything's coming along. I expect to receive the documents very, very soon.
Is that their explanation, though, that there's just so many documents that they can't meet your
Well,
deadline?
we always get that explanation in every investigation we've done in the 2.5 years I've been here, but I think that I'm confident we're going to get the documents.
All right, so that's more from Comer, and that took place today. Now, elsewhere in the executive branch, we saw Ed Martin is out, and he's saying they're looking into the Epstein people, they're looking into the Obama coosters, and
Yeah, there's a little bit more in there, but that's your shirt from middle school. Oh my God, he just can't help himself. He just can't skip the moment for that.
Now, was that a closed door meeting or was there cameras?
I mean, I feel like that was outside of it. I feel like they were interviewing him after. I thought it was closed.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just wondered if that wasn't part of a congressional indictment.
That's why when you said that, I'm like, he was just there. They were just
Right.
dealing with him. It was just supposedly they said he's the first of 10 high profile witnesses to testify.
Well, yeah,
And-
it's supposed to be Obama, Clinton, Brennan, Clapper, Valerie Jarrett, Eric Holder, Yoon, which was the lead counsel at DOJ, and I think there were 2 other ones.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, whenever something bad's going, if they think they got something on them, all you hear about is, they're corrupt, Epstein. But when good things start to happen, nobody ever revisits and goes, hey, look what's going on. Look, they are trying really hard. Look at them. Look at what's going on right here. And nobody's talking about it. And this was just a day ago.
Right.
And it's not over yet. There's more to come. I mean, I kind of think sometimes, was it all intentionally done the way it was? Like they made them think maybe Trump's in here. So then the Dems got on board for a little minute. And now all of a sudden we're getting a little bit of traction where we were getting none. It kind of almost seems like maybe they did that shit on purpose. They like a bait and switch or kind of tricked them into, because they're the reasons the Democrats allowed the Clintons to be subpoenaed, right? They helped vote it in. They voted yes. As far as
Yeah, I think they were kind of guided to do it.
right. Guided by who?
The speaker.
Okay. And there's just so many different motives you don't know for what reason,
Right.
good or bad reason.
Well, like I said, I am a firm believer that after J6, Trump invoked the Insurrection Act. And when he came into office, within the first 30 minutes of his second term, he signed in an executive order giving him the authorization to reinvoke the Insurrection Act within 30 days. So why would you write an executive order to do that if you didn't think you were going to need to do it.
I mean, I don't know. Just in case. I don't know.
Right.
I've got one more short clip. Same thing. It's just a few. It's right where we left off on. Just like 2 minutes, real quick. Might as well, and then I'll be done with it for real.
And they're looking in.
Did you say something, Bonnie?
No, I'm sorry.
It's all right. You were probably just. This is only. I'm done with this after this.
Like pencil neck Adam Schiff and Tishy Tish, because corruption from top to bottom is getting rooted out.
Doing at DOJ, and all we're doing across the government is saying, get the truth out. And then, by the way, let's hold people accountable. And that's exactly what's going on. So when Bill Pulte sends a criminal referral over to us, and he says, Letitia James and Adam Schiff, and by the way, both their lawyers have come out and talked publicly about that criminal referral. So you can talk to them about the specifics, because I'm going to tell you what we're going to do is we're going to follow the facts. Every American that has a mortgage or has other documents they sign has to follow the law. We're going to go to the very bottom of the facts. And if somebody did something wrong, we're not only going to hold them accountable, we're also going to look at everything else that they've been doing, because when you're a liar, you lie not just on one thing. When you're a cheater, you cheat not just on one thing. When you're doing corruption, you generally don't just do it on one thing. So we're asked to do as prosecutors, and that's what we're doing.
That's one from Ed. He had another one saying they're digging into this.
Real quick, what about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Is there criminality there?
Of course, we're all in that too. And trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee, and they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox, because there's a lot to be asked about.
And the pardons that were given out were done by an auto pen. Are they legitimate?
Well, I'm the pardon attorney, so I'm in that too. I can tell you we're investigating how the pardons were granted. It was not like anything in the history of America. What not Joe Biden, his staffers did, not just with the auto pen, but with faking him out on the memos. More to come, Maria. I'm telling you, Pam Bondi has let us loose, and when this comes out, it'll take the whole of these people's hoaxes down, and we're doing it bit by bit, and it's fantastic. It's a great privilege.
Unbelievable.
All right, so good stuff coming out, and we know that the
Sold to the fat man with the tweed overcoat and the big ass.
Well, that's what I'm excited to hear, though. Did you hear what he said about they didn't all get pardons and they should be watching their mailboxes? That sounded like that didn't sound good.
Well, you know who's been awfully quiet is Liz Cheney.
That's true.
Yeah, she was.
So, Jeff,
Yeah.
why does everyone think an executive order is so powerful?
Right.
Do what now?
Why does everybody think an executive order is so powerful?
Well, because the president can write it and it can be acted upon for a certain amount of time without congressional approval. There's always been controversy over the executive order.
They're temporary,
Correct.
ultimately. So
I think it's because so many people work against him that's some of his only options whenever the courts are, but at the same time, they're rooting out the courts. That's what I was trying to say to you the other day, Bonnie, about that Boasberg. That judge got in trouble for, trying to stop him from doing what he wanted to do as a president. It wasn't him that was overreaching. It was the judge. But the liberal media and people automatically take anybody's side but his. But that judge got in trouble. And it wasn't something that was easy to get in trouble for. It was something, the mandamus, which I've literally just learned about. It's not something that's just given out like simply. You got to go way over your powers to get that come down on you from the higher courts. And that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes people just spin the narrative and say that he's the bad guy, even when he's really not. They're overstepping their powers. So at that point, and he's backed into a corner, the only thing left is an executive order until we can get rid of that judge who's crooked. You know what I mean? From that perspective, why it would be good?
Because for one, I'm not on a side. I have no side. And
I wasn't saying you. I'm saying the media
there's-
does spin.
It's every judge, not just one. So I don't
I
see.
have
big
problem with
win.
absolutes. I don't
And-
think anything's every person.
And that's why I think that there's a miscommunication between us, is because I see it as the whole legal system, not just one judge. So
I don't think it's just
see it
one
as a
either,
big
but
win.
it's not all of them though. There's no way. That's like saying there's no all of anything, in my opinion. Anything is not all. It's not, it just doesn't work that way. Even if it's a small percentage, you have to understand there's got to be good. That's why those burn bags were there, because in the midst of a bunch of crooked ass people, one person thought, this is really messed up. I'm going to put this. That's my opinion, by the way, but I don't know any other reason. And I just don't believe anyone's that incompetent to like, oh, we're going to hide this guilty, incriminating evidence. And we're going to put it in this burn bag. And oops, I forgot where I put it. And now I'm out the, no way. They would have had that taken care of. Somebody that was good acted as though they were going to do the right thing with it, or the wrong thing, so to speak, and stashed it. And that's, otherwise we wouldn't have that evidence. And what I mean, they're not all bad. That guy wasn't bad who stashed that to the side. That was a good guy in the midst of a bunch of bad things.
Yeah, but then you got stuff like what's his name's freaking laptop, you know? I mean, and, you know, sure, he's incompetent, I get it, but shit happens like that.
Someone has all of it. Someone has Pelosi's laptop, Hunter's laptop, the hard drives, they have it all. And I believe it starts with a D. But I could be wrong.
Did you say B as in boy or D as in dog?
D as in dog.
Okay. Well, if the dark web has it, the government has it.
I don't think she meant the dark web. I think she meant D as in dog, O as in orange, and J as in Jiminy Cricket.
Correct. But correct. But I'm just saying excuses, you know, whatever she meant. My saying dark web was a coincidence.
That's okay.
Anything that's out there, come on, dude. You got to know they've got that, and it's all out there. You go to the right browsers, etc. There it is. All the logs, all the lists, all the alleged tapes, all the laptops, all of it.
Yes, that's why there were so many agencies at J6.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that all of that stuff is on the dark web? I think it probably is.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't go there.
You know that 10% of the internet is where we're all hanging out. 90% of it is dark. All of the human trafficking, drug trafficking, political whistleblowers, copies of the list have been out for years. All the drip in it. Anything that relates to any of that, you can literally get it on your computer right now. You just have to know where to go.
Yeah, I don't want no parts of that shit, man.
Yeah,
too scary. Too scary for me.
What's that, Bob?
Too scary for me. No thanks. I'm not going there.
I mean, just AI scares me. My son uses AI all the time. I'm like, get that shit away from me.
If they all were bad, I wouldn't be seeing the battle I'm seeing. There'd be nothing to battle. This back and forth wouldn't be happening. The court cases wouldn't be happening. It may not be happening fast enough, but things are coming to light as much as they possibly can. And people are getting fired. And so, once again, I don't think anything is all bad or all good. If there's a group of 100 people, not all 100 people are, even if it's only 99-1, there's no way. It just absolutes. It doesn't work always and never. Things like this, I don't like either of those words, because nothing's always and nothing's never. You know, there's always exceptions, and in every group, no one's all bad and no one's all good. There's not a group of all bad or all good people. It's just impossible, like statistically impossible.
I'm glad you said that, because that's what I've been saying.
It doesn't seem like that's what you're saying.
Our country, about the people that are homeless, about the people, humans, period, all over the world.
You said that all of them were bad on the inside. Every one of them was bad. And that's what I was referring to.
I said they're all the same. They're all in on whatever's going on.
They are not all in on it, Bonnie. There's no way. Why? Who's the guy with who's put the burn bags to the side? The guy that was in on it, the bad guys, said, here, I'll just leave this for the good guys? Because that's impossible. Nobody's doing that. That guy wasn't in on it.
You know who did the burn bags?
I don't.
The guy who upheld his oath of office.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, I thought you knew a name. That's exactly what I'm saying. A good guy who knew that this shit was corrupt, who tried to help the other good guys. And once again, if there were no other good guys, then no one would be taking up this, and we wouldn't even know about these burn bags. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a struggle, and if they all were bad, there'd be no struggle. They'd just take us all over and tell us what to do.
Well,
and that's not very struggle going on.
Yeah, and it's the guy who upheld his oath of office and had a conscience in the back of his head, thinking, my signature's on this bag, and if this ever gets out, I'm going to be complicit.
Okay.
Just like I don't think everybody in Congress is bad. I think there's just as many bad Democrats as there are Republicans.
Let me
And
flip it the other way. I don't think everybody in the church is good. Do you see what
no,
I'm saying?
absolutely
Like,
not.
it's impossible. There's too much absolutes. It's like, I'm
Correct.
not just saying they're not all bad. No one's either. There's no all either way. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Correct.
That's
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's, I think a lot of it boils down to how you were raised, your conscience. I mean, think if you were the person that knew that James Comey authorized the case, we'll say, to go after Trump, and you knew that that was wrong. If it was me and I sat in that meeting at the department head meeting and heard just go on, first place I'm going is the IG, the Inspector General, because I'm going to get it on the record that, I knew this was wrong. And when shit makes it through the wheel, I want to make sure that, my name's on the right side of this.
Well, I don't think Bonnie was saying absolutes. My understanding would be more that they're all in on it. They all know. And
But to
some
me,
are
that
more
is just as impossible. I
that
mean, it
they
is
all know.
100%.
They all know how shit works. It's kind of like being in high school, but it's the government. They all know each other's reputations. They all know.
Oh, sure.
But that doesn't mean that they're all complicit in the worst of the worst, but they know there's locker
Correct.
room talk. Everybody does have that connection. The ones complicit or the ones enacting, things like the Pelosi world, she's corrupt as fuck. Something like that, obvious. But it would be silly to think that they aren't all in, as far as they know how that shit works. And the higher they get up, whether it's in a given branch or, they're a judge or a lawyer or whatever, they know. And there's lying by omission as well as being fully complicit, just.
But see, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not going to say maybe not 99% I'll give you, but I'm not going to say all of them. It just doesn't work that way.
I don't think
You can't tell me there's one naive person that exists that's gullible that really thinks he's the good guy, because I know people like that. They exist. And I just don't believe that anything's 100%. So maybe even give you 99, but there's 1% that maybe doesn't know. Like, it's not impossible. Like, it's just, to me, it would be nothing's 100%. Not, there's, and if it, that's why
here thinks 100% is what it is. I really don't.
That's where the whistleblowers come from, right?
It's
Because
just that
they
they
found
know.
out. They
Yeah.
thought they were the good guy. Then they got an awareness of the crook shit, so they whistleblow. So that's those are the good
Yeah.
guys right there.
I mean, it's arguable whether they're good or bad. I question Snowden sometimes because, he worked for NSA and CIA and, on some level, it's like he kind of pointed out the obvious. If you really understand the Patriot Act and how we can all be monitored and whatever, Snowden just brought more attention to it, but it's kind of clear what it was. And I'm not sure if that was right or wrong, what he did. So yeah, there's a lot of whistleblowers out there that you also got to ask yourself, well, that rogue side of it, what are the impacts on national security or whatever?
You guys want to talk about aliens?
Oh, shit. Is Michael here? Oh man.
Not yet. I mean, we'll probably beam him up.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, this was a UFO hearing on Capitol Hill, which we always tie the aliens into this because of the, what is it called? Blue Book Project Blue Beam or whatever people talk about. I mean, it could be exactly what they're doing. Oh my God, Billy. Jay was a good guy 99% of the time. That's true. Until he wasn't.
I think it's more than that. It's you wouldn't believe the aircraft we have.
Well, that's kind of some of what they talk about, Bonnie. Well, he talks about people that have told him things. This is so that alien friend of ours content, but I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want to hang out with us tonight. I haven't seen
alien friend of ours.
Hey, I call him the alien guy. He knows that. That's it. I forget his name is Mike, but I do call him the alien guy because
that's his Earth name.
Yeah.
Right. His assigned Earth name. Yeah.
Well, he'll probably show up. I'll play this clip and then he'll be in chat.
Yeah.
It's on redacted. This was pretty interesting, you guys.
Eric Davis, were you stunned by what you heard when he described these 4 different classifications or species of aliens?
Yeah, I was. That it was really, to me, it was the realization that, oh, this is happening on camera. This is it wasn't an official hearing, and Eric Davis was not under oath. So just kind of keep that in your,
Thank you for clarifying that. I was going to ask you that because it looked like it wasn't a under oath official briefing. So thank you for class. So he didn't have to go under oath to make
and that's not me suggesting that he was lying. I'm just saying that he said so without being under oath. I have, and to your point, what you said earlier, I have been in meetings with individuals, not in a classified setting, where they've brought up the 4 distinct classifications of aliens. Not that I believe it. I have yet to see any evidence that is the case. But it's there's common tropes that you hear from the UAP community, and that is one of them.
So I want to go through these 4. Let's start the grays. We have some. We don't have actual photos. I wish we did, Congressman, but these are, I guess, artist renditions of what we grays. There's the Nordics as well. These are, you can read many instances of this. Insectoids. This is artist renderings of what people have claimed they look like. And then the reptilians. Now, David Icke has, covered the reptilians angle on this for decades. He's been out there saying
Pelosi
have been actively involved in basically running things. Called him a kook for it, but he stood firm in this for decades and says he doesn't care what you think of him. He knows. I just got to ask you, first of all, have you ever spoken to David Icke?
He doesn't even know who he is. Just to go ahead and cut to the chase on that one. But yeah, he had no idea. But I don't see Cheryl out there, but she was talking about the large praying mantis, and that one, the insectoid, looked like a praying mantis, man. It really did. It gave praying mantis vibes at least. So
could you imagine waking up one morning, walking out to your car and seeing a fucking alien in your yard? To me, I'd be like, okay, this is par for course.
You know what I'd be like? I'd be like, hey, look, a fucking alien.
Well, that to me, that would be a good day to call in sick.
Yeah, it'd be like, yeah, hey, buddy, you and I need to have a conversation.
Hey, drink beer. Come on, let's have a beer. I'm going to call in sick. Let's have a seat.
Okay, well, this is an opportunity for Jeff B. Since you are so well informed. What do you think the alien
It sounds snarky at all, Virginia.
Oh, no.
No, not at all. All right, straight up. What's the T? What's the T, Jeff B, on
The alien tea. The
Oh,
alien tea.
I have no clue.
Oh,
Zero.
you should. I don't trust your clearance level then.
No, that it wouldn't be a clearance level. It would be a caveat.
Uh-huh. Huh.
And there you are.
Uh-huh.
Well,
I mean, my thinking on it is, look at the stealth bombers. That thing's 45, 46 years old.
Yeah.
So what do they have now? I mean, do I think we're the only beings? Nah, I don't think so. But I think a lot has been hidden from humanity by the church and, other things. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either way.
What would you think personally, fuck the government, so to speak? What would you think personally if you saw one of these beings in your vicinity, no matter where you are?
It wouldn't shock me.
But what would you think it was? Would you think it was an angel, a demon, a literal alien, an underground creature, an interdimensional?
One of my neighbors on meth.
Oh,
Dressed up. I mean,
I'd be trying to take the costume off.
well, hopefully have my damn phone, because I mean, shit, you guys don't believe me now. Can you imagine if I come on here and said, hey, so there I was minding my own business when an alien knocked on my door?
Well, that's exactly what I said to Virginia about our alien friend. I said, okay, so imagine you really did have an experience with aliens, or you were beamed up or whatever. Now you tell that story and don't sound crazy. You tell that story and convince someone you're not insane, because good luck. You know what I mean?
Well,
Be as
yeah,
insane
well-
as you want. No one's going to believe
Well,
you. So
when I had my second heart surgery, I died on the table, and when I came
And everybody went, yay!
there probably was there probably was a celebration. My damn mother was probably looking at her watch saying, damn, that took too long. But no, people who talk about having outer body experiences, you hear that and you're like, yeah, okay. Well, when I come out of recovery and I'm sitting here and I'm telling this nurse, what I seen, she said, oh, hold on a second. And so she went and got the doctor, and I'm telling her, when you guys opened up these two big doors, what was that machine that you wheeled out? And the doc looked at me and he goes, you were dead on the table. And I said, well, I seen you guys do it. I couldn't hear anything, but I seen you guys doing it. He goes, oh, you must have heard us talking about it. Well, that pissed me off, because I was like, man, this guy thinks I'm lying. And, the nurse tells me, well, they don't, the doctors can't really talk religion because they're afraid they'll get sued and all this. And I'm thinking, yeah, I'm in a damn Catholic hospital. What are you guys talking about? But, just that instance of me looking down and where.
Okay, that's what I don't mean to break you off, but I was going to ask you: were you looking from like the gurney or like above?
No, above.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and the weird thing about it is as I'm looking down where I was physically at on the table, it was all cloudy. Like I didn't see my actual body. And, I seen people running around, but I couldn't hear anything. And, when they brought in this chaplain, and I was talking to him, and I mean, this guy was deep out of Africa. I mean, bone Africa. And I mean, Yo, man, this guy, when he was I was even having a hard time understanding him.
That sounds
And
like National Geographic. I'm just saying.
yeah, I mean, I think he was like from Zimbabwe or some craziness. And right. And when I was, he asked me the weirdest question. And he had asked me, he goes, so when all this was going on, were you hot or were you cold? I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, I guess, how I feel right now. I was more tripped out that I'm floating and I can't hear anything. And I said, so what do you mean by was I hot or was I was cold? And he goes, well, if you told me you were hot, he goes, I was going to tell you better change your damn ways because you're going to hell. And I just started laughing. I was like, oh, that's pretty good.
You just described exactly what my grandfather did. And I don't think it has anything to do with religion. It's a spiritual experience that you went through.
Right. Yeah, it was weird. And I remember some of it, but I know at the time I was just like really tripped out about it. And it seemed like it took forever. And now when I think of it, it was just seems like it was a split second.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't never have that, but like I've definitely heard a lot of stories. You didn't go anywhere though. You just saw what was going on. You didn't have like you're on the other side thing, really. Like
No, like I was almost like I was levitating. It was really weird.
right. Bruce
And-
says
and-
separated from the body.
Right.
Almost like
And-
astral projecting or something.
Right. And you would think that, you would like be scared, but it was just like real calming.
Mm-hmm.
I like Carolina's post about her husband. He said he didn't smell smoke.
Right.
But yeah, it was trippy. I mean, there was, and then, when I in recovery, they told me, you can only have Jello and ice cubes. I was like, man, this sucks. And so one of my brothers come up and I was like, hey, go down to McDonald's and get me the biggest Diet Pepsi you can get and a damn cheeseburger. And, I'm strapped down to my bed and I said, my wallet's in the drawer. And this idiot went down and bought himself something, sat there and ate it in front of me and told me how good it was.
That's just wrong.
Yeah. Every time I eat a cookie, I have an apple pie.
He's not lying either. That's the crazy part. Bullshit. I need a cookie like that.
I told you to stay out of them damn cookies.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to take off.
All right, Jeff.
All right, we'll see you.
All right.
Have a good night. He's got that long goodbye.
Looking for the button.
Yeah. To leave her body.
Through that.
That's crazy.
Good night, Jeff.
These are good stories. Dang. That's crazy. Okay, real quick, I'll go ahead and put this on then. This is some more of the alien stuff. I should have texted him. Man, it's a little late now. This is just another part. This is pretty interesting stuff too.
But when we talk about these 4 different species of aliens, what to you has been the most eye-opening, sort of jaw-dropping? You're a guy from Missouri. Like, I don't know that this is something you would normally hear, and what's like the most jaw-dropping thing that you've heard maybe in private in these conversations with people who've been insiders working on these Pentagon programs, alien programs, reverse engineering programs? What shocked you to your core?
Right. And what I've learned is, Clayton, I unfortunately have to preface this with, I don't necessarily espouse these beliefs. I'm just going to convey to you what I've been told by other people. Right. And the common tropes that I hear that really kind of are shocking are that people are able to, through some form of mental exercise, be able to call in UAP, non-human intelligence. There are events or people that have come to my office and had active, discussions. In fact, I told one of them, I just called their bluff and said, all right, if you could do it, let's go do it right now. Let's go outside and you can call in a UAP and I'll call, and if it comes down, that'll make national news, right? Sadly, that did not happen. So, but that is probably one of the more shocking things is the number of people that tell me that they're able to use their consciousness to be able to call in some kind of craft. And sometimes these people profess to be Christians, some are not, which is interesting. The whole religious aspect just really keeps coming up in this topic. And so it really almost seems inescapable from spirituality and religion.
And I believe that. That's why I knew that was a clip I wanted to share, because it does always seem to come to that, like almost like they're just demons. And my uncle has always said that as long as I can remember. He said, they're not aliens, they're all demons. And I'm like, what? But I mean, because I just don't know how anybody could know for certain, but I mean, it's plausible. It could be.
My take on it is, and I could be completely wrong, just what I think. I think they're physical beings. I don't think they're demons. And I don't think they come from another planet. I mean, the Earth is so big. They're coming from somewhere here. They've been here all along. They're advanced, and for whatever reason, they're not, or for the most part, not interacting with us.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my take on it. They live under the oceans or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see it being so many different things. I could see them all being demons, but I could also see aliens being a different type of entity, but demons also existing. So it's just hard to say for certain.
Yeah, I agree.
But I do know people that are like, oh, they're demons.
Oh, they might be. I mean, hell, I don't know.
But we can't go absolutes, right? Going full circle. That's
exactly what I said.
Aliens are demons. Some are also angels, and I think it's how we interpret them. And whether they come from another planet or they're interdimensional or whatever, there's going to be a mixture. I don't know what the percentage is, but
I agree with chessboard.
I don't know if I'm there yet. Did I miss it?
No, it's not there yet.
But that's what I was saying, Virginia. I was trying not to. I can't do absolutes because I can't even decide which one.
Right.
And there's so many different. But see, fallen angels, another valid point. So once again, it could be multiple things. That could be it could be fallen angels could be one category.
Mm-hmm.
Demonic entities could be another, and then you could have aliens, just beings that are from another. And I like that, Burry. Rebuke first, ask questions later. Lizard people, exactly. Anything.
What if it's
the combo of angels, fallen angels, and archangels, and there are separate armies from the heavens.
Well, and that's what they were saying on there, was that the 4 different types of aliens, they're calling them. But you know what I mean? Like already just within that, they've got those 4 different. So there was Nordic. I can't even remember. Let me see.
Nordic, gray, insectoid, and lizard people.
Yep, reptilians. Good. You got a good memory, Yorga.
Yeah, I win the turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's true, Carolina. Honest women, where else they?
I don't know. You ain't seen none of them Nordic ladies.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I would like to.
They go on and talk a little bit more about the spirituality side. They talk about Tucker Carlson I guess he's met Tucker Carlson and had an interview with him too or something. He talks about that.
I know that's something that friend of the show, Tucker Carlson, he and I talked about this at length, is the idea of the religious side of this, the angel side of this, and all of that. And I will say that the sort of the telepathy aspect of this story that you've been hearing is repeated countless times by people who've been in the secret space program, who are whistleblowers who've come forward in the secret space program. One of the reasons they've been chosen to be a part of the secret space program is because of that telepathy ability. Like they're at a higher level of consciousness. We've had U.S. Air Force whistleblowers on our show who were part of the secret space program, who've been to the moon base. You can believe it or not, but it's sort of up to people to make their own decisions about this. I guess I'll get you out of here on this, Congressman. I'm disturbed by. So you sat next to a Pentagon scientist, well-respected Pentagon scientist, who is telling you to your face that there are 4 classifications of aliens. He's either seen them or has had contact. You've had private conversations with individuals who confirmed the same thing as a member of Congress. And then YouTube puts up a disclaimer under that hearing's video. So I just want to put this. And this, I think, speaks to how they try to downplay this stuff, and whether it's deep state actors or whomever is involved, the CIA, and they put this little disclaimer underneath videos where you're not allowed to tell the truth. And it says reptilian humanoid, Wikipedia. Reptilian humanoids, also known as reptiloids, they're from mythology. They're folklore, Congressman. They're science fiction, and they're part of modern conspiracy theories. Like, this is YouTube putting a disclaimer underneath a sitting member of Congress interviewing a Pentagon scientist. They're like, what's your take on how the media?
Yeah, that pisses me off.
Yeah, I shouldn't have went so far on that, but we can always pick it back up. He's almost scared to answer that too, because he talks about being misquoted and things for the same reasons. They just want to, I guess, downplay everything. But I don't know. They also go into, and it's also good, man. It really was. I really enjoyed that one. And normally I just pick like 1 or 2 clips. I've practically played the whole thing because it's so good. Like, there's a lot of good points in there. Like, they go on to talk about what if it's not true and what if it's true, right? Like, so if it's true, why are we finding out? And if it's not true, why are they lying to us? Like, because it can only be one or the other. And that is a good thought exercise, because I don't know. It's like, I don't know if they're finally telling the truth about this stuff, or if they're just trying to, get something accomplished with. But I don't know. I'd try an insectoid hybrid. I want to use a rump close. Oh my God. Why did I put that up there before I read it all?
All goes over and beyond.
Good, Brian. I don't know what you were talking about, but I'll never
his
forget that.
experience.
This, here we go.
And it's a
That's
good
awesome.
one. I mean, that's the same way I was. I knew I was getting out of that wheelchair eventually.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about Antarctica. That's for sure. I don't know anything for certain. Hopefully our little alien friend shows up. I don't know.
My only question is, do aliens have boobs? That's it.
Yeah, they aren't that big, but just
You get one question and you choose that one, Bob. Really?
Yes, that's it. I'm pretty primitive. That's all I can come up with.
I would go with my question would be if they exist, are they evil or do they have good intentions? Are they good beings? That'd be my one I'd waste if I could get one. Because I'd like to know.
If they had evil intentions, we would already be incinerated. I don't think reading the comments, I can kind of agree with Chessboard. Excuse me. Why would they want to interact with us, the warmongering country of the world? And at the same time, I don't know.
How do we know they're not violent beings? We don't.
But I think that if they were, they would already have done something. We've messed
Maybe they
up.
have.
Yeah. Mhm.
I can't see what they'd be waiting for us to destroy ourselves, because
Maybe they're getting everything they need. You know, whatever they're harvesting or whatever. I mean, nobody knows.
Maybe we're the aliens and they're the indigenous. What do you think of that?
I mean-
Bob, I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think that's one of the biggest secrets in Antarctica is we are the aliens. We were seeded from the heavens, and hybrids abound. You know, those are out there like a motherfucker. We are hybrids. And I'm not talking evolution, whatever. I'm saying we were seeded and harvested specifically. For what purpose, that's debatable. But we are the aliens.
Alien to what?
To this planet. Like, I think that it's possible the creation and the seeding of what we call mankind came from the heavens, and the original creatures on the earth were the animals and the beasts and the plants and nature, and fungus actually rules the globe. But our species, mankind, came much later, but we came from somewhere with some kind of intent, right?
Well, I don't know. I know all of these things are like those kind of like you could think about, and I don't know how we'll ever know for certain unless we actually see them. But another one of those kinds of questions, and I didn't watch this video, I have it saved. I don't think I was ready for it, but it was we're in a simulation video, like explaining how it's more likely that, because a lot of people say it's more likely we are, and they were kind of trying to explain it. I think I listened for like 5 or 10 minutes. They started going through the non-player characters and things like this, and I was just like, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this right now. All the politics and all that, I just couldn't take one more. But that, I do think about that sometimes. Like, do any of you guys ever think that there's even a slight possibility this could be like, you ever have something that's kind of like a glitch in the matrix, so to speak, like something weird, and you're like, man,
Yes.
I don't know. We'll elaborate, because I'll shut up for a minute.
Yes. You want me to tell you one real quick?
Yes, that's what I said. Elaborate so I can shut up.
1980-ish. I was married to my first wife, and we had 2 small children. And we were coming back from the Outer Banks of North Carolina back to Virginia. So we're going north. And we're all there. And anyway, we're headed north, and just, you know how you get when you drive. We're it wasn't interstate. It was like and not really backcountry road, but like a highway or a byway, just a rural area. So we're cruising along, and nobody's really talking or anything. And we hit the Virginia line, and we keep on going. You see little things on the side of the road, like there's a fire station to the left, and there's a McDonald's over here on the right, and, whatever. You can't help but notice these places. So we're just cruising along. I swear this happened, and all of us were there. And nothing changes, and we're just cruising, and we're cruising, and I see this fire station. Look just like the other one, only it was on the other side of the road. See a McDonald's, looks same as the other one, but it's on the other side of the road. Now, then we hit the Virginia, North Carolina border. Somehow or another, we turned around and we're going the other way. And I never did a U-turn. I never stopped anywhere. I never did anything. And we were going the wrong way, man. I swear it happened. I can't explain it. I cannot explain it, but that really put a chill on. My hair on my arms was standing up and shit when it happened. When I realized it, I didn't realize it till we hit the border again. We're going south. We were going north, and now we're going south. So
I've definitely heard stories like that.
What's that?
that maybe you were going the right way. Maybe there was a reason you were
I
trying
ain't got a clue. I mean, it just freaked me out. So
could have kept you out of something bad.
possibly.
I'm gonna go down that rabbit hole and watch the rest of that video and see if it's worth sharing about the simulation. I'm sure everybody's been down that one before, but I'm gonna watch it either way just because I know it's gonna be good. It just almost freaks me out. I don't want to believe that. I want to believe everything is unique and original, and it's I want to think it's
Nothing's going to convince me.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Nothing's going to convince me I came crawling out of the ocean or came from a monkey.
No, I agree with that too. We didn't come from monkeys, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I don't really know how the simulation thing would work.
Or an alien egg. I'm sticking to the creator.
No, but I see what Cole is talking about. You're talking about a simulation like we're in the Matrix, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
It's all a movie.
Something. Yeah, I can't. That's why I'm just not. I wasn't in the mindset to go down that rabbit hole.
It's a different way to describe the spiritual realm. It could be the Akashic records. It could be the whether you believe in a pre-existence, like that you were a spirit before you were born, and you eternal in that sense or not. Saying simulation theory is a way to describe a very similar concept to existence in biblical terms. It's
or even what's it called when they? Oh, it's leaving me. I'm trying to. The multiverse, similar to that too.
Right.
It's weird how they all kind of have weird similarities, and it's like I don't know.
Yes, I don't think it's anything to be scared of per se. It kind of organizes it.
I want to understand things. I don't like not knowing. I just want to know how it is and be certain, and not everything's always a damn mystery. Good night, Carolina.
Well, I know the feeling there, Cole. I want to know so much more, but I also realize that the day that I take my last breath is probably going to be the day when I'm filled with information. Just filled,
Yeah.
Once I get back to that source of energy, that's probably when I'm going to be filled with the mysteries of the ages. That's
It'll
my
probably be instantaneous. Boom, I know everything.
Because we will know a brain is a primitive mass. It really is. And with that energy that we're going to go back into, is beyond our human comprehension. So I think you're right.
And maybe that's why I'm seeing so many things about opening how they say there's 7 chakras?
Oh, chakras. Yeah.
Chakras. Yeah, that. Well, this one that I watched, it's actually, I can't remember how many, but there's a whole bunch more, and it has to do with your brain and the ascension, opening your mind to everything, and then more layers start adding to it, if that makes any sense. It did to me when I saw it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about. I mean, like a lot of the stuff is just like I don't know. I just kind of listen to different things and hope that something is going to completely resonate. But it's always like I can just I don't know. Same thing with like not knowing for certain what the hell, it's like you just can't ever know anything for certain with this alien stuff. I want to know if this is a real recounting and it's true. This is actually a sighting or it's all a play almost just to be made up for some other reason. But I'll play just like 2 more. We only got like 2 small short clips, so I might as well get through it because I think you guys would actually find this is pretty interesting. This one little.
He handles this stuff.
You know, I'm okay with that.
That's where we left off, where he was saying, what do you feel about how they do those disclaimers and try to, how the media does?
I'll say this one thing, and then I'll kind of jump back to this question. There are moments when I get misquoted or and that's why I'm a little bit more guarded today. I get misquoted all the time, and people kind of jump to things. One of the things right now that's like going around the internet is that, in fact, the articles from Esquire and all these come from an interview where I was asked point blank, do I believe that giants once existed, connecting Nephilim and all that kind of stuff. And, as a Christian who's read the Bible, who knows the story of David and Goliath, who knows the story of the book of Exodus, where they encountered what is described as giants, I had to say, yes, I do believe that was probably the case because I believe the Bible. Now, and so, the internet just kind of goes on a tirade about things like that. That being said, going back to this topic, when I was sitting there with Eric Davis, who is a Pentagon scientist, worked with the CIA, and he's saying these things, he has to understand the level of credibility that he brings to this topic and seriousness. And the question at hand is it true? If it's true, it's shocking. And then if it's not true, that's also shocking, because if it's not true, then the question is, why are we receiving a disinformation campaign from people that are former military, government employees, former members of the intelligence community that are repeating the same narrative? And if it's not true, then we have to ask the question, why are we allowing our government to lie to us?
Right. Yeah. And we're paying for it if that's the case.
So yeah, he pretty much did say that. Like, there at the end, he pretty much said the same thing as that. But he did say it differently, though, because he also brought the credibility. He mentioned how much credibility it brings based on who's saying it. This isn't some guy on, in front of a trailer in his boxers, telling the news. It was right up over, you know what I mean? Like the credibility aspect of who's saying it and where they're saying it, who they're saying it to. So we were just talking about this the other night, I think, Virginia, where it used to be the Men in Black would come visit you and don't talk about this. They tried to hush it, or they tried to make you sound crazy if you mentioned it. And now they're telling us, like, this is a strange change of pace to me. It's a lot to take in. And I agree with that guy. He's being skeptical, and I don't blame him. Like,
Want to see long run things, like we get strung along a lot and it's all for entertainment and there's never a solution or really even a big blow up. They just keep us all freaking agitated and hoping for this or that. So when I look at things going on, I don't rest a lot of my personal thoughts in the world on what politicians are doing. If I want my son to go outside and drink hose water and play in mud, then I send him outside, and I'm not waiting for laws to change or any roundup in DC to make that happen. It's living it now. What it is that you want, to raise your family and raise up your kids or your people that you love or whatever, right? That's now. And it's the only time it's relevant is when it hits us in the ass financially, which they love to do. The cost of things, the money, like I want to see hope for my kids and possible grandkids,
Yes.
The only thing I find frustrating about the entire topic is, especially now that we have the internet and we can talk and share information, there are 10,000 experts in every corner, and they all say something similar but a little bit different. So yeah, I just kind of put it over there. I don't need it. I don't, it may be a yes, it may be a no, but I'm going to go outside and I'm going to go out and prune some bushes and eat some fresh strawberries. You understand my mentality? Like, I can't believe what most 10,000 people tell me different information. I can't believe any of it then,
You made me think of my spider babies that I finally, I don't know if anybody in here even remembers. I had seeds out of my spider plants, and I had 3 out of 4 pop up, and things like that make me so happy. Oops, let's see.
Right on.
I don't know if you can see the little bitty thing there.
There they are. Yep.
It's a baby, brand new from a seed, baby spider plant, teeny tiny.
Oh.
And there's one more, and I honestly don't know how to care. I know how to care for a full grown one. I'm not real certain. Well, shoot.
Yeah, Spideys don't need much care, darling. You just put them.
My big ones are easy, but I mean,
yeah, they are. Mm-hmm.
So this baby though, right? So like a mature spider plant, you water every 2 or 3 weeks, and they're happy.
Yeah.
But these guys, I don't know if I should wait that long and let them dry all the way out. I think while they're still babies, I need to water them much more frequently. At least that's what I've been doing, because I do think it's different. I don't know, but I was so happy because I got 1 out of 4, and I was happy with that. But then the other 2 popped up, and yeah, that was just cool. I've never seen it before. I've only seen, the little spider babies, they shoot off and you get the roots and all. But Debbie, that's an interesting theory. I don't think I've heard that before. Trump will give it a higher title, but Barron will become a Barron Prince, a title given by God. Putin is starting to expose it now. I've truly never heard that before. I know that was like 7 topics.
Did you see that thing where I forget her name? One of Obama's daughters. Somebody interviewed her, and she said she does not date. She was very articulate, and seemed very smart. And they said, if you did date somebody, who would it be? She said somebody like Barron Trump. And she named off all these qualities of his that she thought was honorable and everything else. And that was that. The libs are loving that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. But the whole topic, I just find it relatively frustrating because everyone's an expert. Just because somebody was in the military or because they worked in the Pentagon, come on, there's idiots there too. There's idiots everywhere. There's liars everywhere. I just can't. Well, he worked in the Pentagon. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Doesn't mean shit.
No, it doesn't mean shit to me as well. But, I wait until I can see something with my own eyes or put my hands on it. Then, okay, there's something to this.
And if they're in the Pentagon and they really do know something, they're not going to be talking about it.
Hell no, they're not. They're going to be sworn to secrecy if that's what the flavor of the day is. I don't know. I hope I didn't bring the crowd down a notch, but that's just just how I live.
No, everybody's got an opinion. I don't know, man. I know that the news usually stresses me out and makes me anxious, especially before. But lately, it has been giving me hope and making me more positive because I'm seeing things that seem positive to me. I think getting rid of crime is good. I think a lot of the things that, just like in the last week, a lot of these people being pulled in to be asked questions about Epstein, and we need to release these files, like that alone, like what, a week ago, that's all anybody could talk about. Now something's happening. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore because they're not, it can't be mad anymore. Like, let's be happy. Like, this is a good thing.
You bet it is.
It, better than them just not doing anything, because this wasn't happening when everybody was outraged and they were all mad and they were like, oh, Trump sucks and MAGA sucks and everything. They were all outraged, and that was heard. And then that's how it's like our voices were heard, and then things were dealt with differently. If nobody would have been outraged and nothing, they would have just slid that right on going. The things that are happening now wouldn't be happening. Anyways, I'm actually, like I said, I'm used to being stressed out from the news, but lately I've been more and more positive. I keep seeing good things, and not everything's going to be great or good, and natural disasters happen and not everything's good, but I've seen a lot of good, more than I'm used to seeing. I'll say that.
I'm glad to see it too. I am glad to see it.
Well, there's only one more 2-minute clip and it's the end of it too. We don't miss anything. We'll have the whole, I think I played everything but the first minute and 40 seconds. Now I kind of wish I had, because I played every other minute of it. It was very good. I'll put it in the chat if anybody, we pretty much watched it though.
Well, we know from Richard Dolan, we know the campaigns back in the day to make all of us look nutty by talking about UFOs and calling us conspiracy nuts and everything else. So I wouldn't put it past them. But at this level, with these insiders and these, these individuals who've lost everything and had their lives destroyed by coming forward and telling the truth about it, it just doesn't add up to me. It just doesn't add up to me. It doesn't pass the smell test at all. And by the way, also that Earth, that you and I are it, like this is it. I just don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. We are the highest level of civilization, and I just don't buy that at all. Congressman, great to see you. Oh, and by the way, I should mention, Congressman, that I'm definitely in the camp that believes in giants. In fact, Timothy Alberino, who's a great researcher and who's written books on this, Christian writer, he's going to be in our studio in a few weeks, and we're going to do a deep dive on all of his archaeology on the giants, the corpses, and the skeletons that they found. So this is a safe space, Congressman.
Okay, good. Well, I'll tell you, I'm a very close personal friend now of Timothy Alberino, and it's happened because of this topic. The two of us have become acquainted over the last 3 years since the Grush hearing, and so I think that as a Christian, he has really kind of pulled together a lot of things related to ancient civilization and the Bible, and kind of it gives a different perspective on this topic, on the UAP topic.
Worlds colliding. In fact, that's incredible. So you probably know a lot more about his positions on this than even I do. So, Congressman, great to see you. Thank you so much for this. And
pretty much it. Tim Alberino is awesome. Yes, Pat, just like Donald was the task for the task he has taken on now, or prepare was what's coming. Elon, man, I never did finish that one. That was really strange. That's that video where Roseanne interviewed this guy who said he wrote The Matrix, and he went into this whole thing about Elon. It was really weird, all the things that he said. It really was. I don't have it handy right here. Oh, shoot. Muted either. But yeah, it was pretty nuts. I don't know if any of it was true, because the guy he could have been lying about it. I don't think he was lying either. It was the same thing. Oh gosh, I'm losing my train of thought. About a good guy in a bad situation. Somehow he ended up back with the script that had been stolen from him. And he said he thinks that somebody on the inside stole the script back for him and put it in there. And I mean, he's in a lawsuit and stuff. I believe the guy, but I try to believe. I try to, hope that everybody's telling the truth. And I know everybody's not, but I believed him, especially the fact that he's suing the guy. There's some documents, there's some things coming out. And I think if he wins, that says it all. Like, if court believes him, why shouldn't I, But he basically wasn't going to be able to do it without the script that magically found its way back to him while he wasn't there, which is like another good guy on the inside or whatever. I don't know. I do believe, I do think that the percentage is low of good versus evil on the power side of things, but I do believe they're still there. And they almost had certain things like this would never happen if they were all bad and had no good people in there. I do have one more short. That's Benny Johnson's short about aliens. I guess while we're on the topic, I might as well throw that one on. It is getting close to about 4 hours. If y'all are interested in a backstage, I'll certainly stay open for a backstage, but we have been here almost 4 hours already. Look back.
I hope we catch Michael.
Are UFOs
What'd you say, Virginia?
I hope we catch Michael.
Oh, I know. I did send out a link. I should have done it a little sooner, but I did. This is like I said, real short alien thing from Benny Johnson. He says, "Are they a psyop?" I don't know if I can get that.
If you want Michael,
What'd you say, Yorga?
If you want Michael, all you have to do is go.
Are UFOs
and he'll show up.
I will, Cheryl. I'll drop that link. Okay, let me go ahead and play this.
Are they simply angels and demons? What's to be made of videos like this?
So when you say that it operates outside our understanding of physics, what specifically are you saying? Like what happened?
To I guess break it down in simple terms is that I think that some of the tech that exists, that whatever these things have, these energy things have,
energy things? What do you mean?
Well, they call them interdimensional beings. I think that they can actually operate through the time spaces that we currently have. And that's not something that I came up with on my own. That's based on stuff that we've seen.
When you
currently.
say interdimensional beings, that they know that these are interdimensional beings, how do they know that?
Very credible people have reported that there have been movement outside of time and space.
That's very vague.
Yeah. So look,
Unfortunately.
yeah. Look, have I seen a portal open? No. Have I seen a spaceship? Personally, no. Have I seen evidence of this? Yes. Have I seen photo documentation of aircraft that I believe were not made by mankind? Yes. Is there historical significance to this? Yes. Is there multiple events that go back to, I would argue, maybe even before the time of Christ that have documented this in text? Yes. So do I believe that the government has access to certain technology? Yes, to an extent. And I believe that certain contractors potentially have back engineered this tech. I think that that's what can explain the advancements that we're seeing.
Like, I don't know, man. Right? Like, I don't know. Is it a demon? Is it an interdimensional being? I'm not sure. I'm saying there's a lot of these out there. Why is this stuff kept secret? Obviously, you know why. Because it's totally destabilized. Or it's a hoax. Or the government wants to execute on these things at the proper time, to distract you, to undermine Trump.
I mean, that's the thing is there's so many damn ors. You can't be certain. Oh, Bob, you got knocked out. Oh, nope, you're here. I just saw you down here too. Him being missing like that threw me off. Camera on, but him gone. That's a good way to let people know you're not here, I guess, you know?
Yeah.
But what about Bob? I can't always want to say. I actually really liked that movie. Did you guys see it? What about Bob?
Yes. Yep.
Oh my God. There were so many funny parts of that movie. One of my favorite parts was, well, there were so many, but he's in the woods and he's got all the explosives on it because the psychiatrist has lost his mind. And he's like, he starts breaking it down. He's like, I get it. They're metaphorical for my baggage and the way, and if not, I'm going to blow up. And he's it's so stupid, but it's hilarious. He's trying to make sense of it, and there's no sense to be made. I love that stupid movie. And my other favorite part was at the dinner table when his wife had cooked dinner and Bob's eating the dinner, and he just keeps on with the It gets ridiculous. He loses his mind, drops his fork, and yells at him. He's the psychiatrist. I don't know. I just love that stupid movie. Talk about what about Bob? Bob.
I know. And he came back chewing. That was funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come
Pickles.
back. Oh, we got a pickle. That's funnier than this. I
Hell
love
yeah. Kosher dill pickle. Love it. Gotta love
Oh,
it.
love those.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be honest, I do have a lot more stuff, but I think I'll just save some of it for another time. Because there's, we went through a lot and we've been here for a while, and I don't know if I have anything really funny or I'd do that. I'm trying to see. Surely I have something stupid funny.
You gotta have something funny.
It's
I believe you.
funny. Yorga might think this one's funny. I don't know. Maybe it's a little small clip.
Hey, can you play that? Can you play that video I sent you about the bag?
I got it. Yeah, but I got to save it to a playlist. I know it's stupid.
Oh,
You
okay.
want to do it right now?
Okay.
Okay, let's see. I can maybe get it the only thing I'm afraid of doing straight off my messenger is I'm afraid I'll put the whole thing on there. I don't really know how to do that yet. And put my name. I don't know. Hold on. Let me do this one first because it's right here. And then I'm going to try to, while this one plays, I'm going to try to save that one to a play. Was it YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I might be able to save it to a playlist and make it easier. This is pretty goofy funny. Like I said, it's just
into a restroom and saw a man. Have you ever walked into a restroom and saw a man at the urinal with his whole ass out? Whole ass out. I'm 27 years old. And and I ain't gotta even be like this. I walk in, the man at the urinal, whole ass out, and I'm 27, just too much. I come in there, goddamn old school, you got your whole ass out. I say, laugh and just drawing attention to it. Because I'm young and foolish. I don't even know how this happens. Now, I kept living, right? Once you get over 40, if you even think about being, you got to go. Right? You got to get out of here. I'm 44 years old, and I'm disrespecting my bladder. Because I'm doing what my grandmother said, running my mouth. You know, that's what she used to call you in there, running your mouth. I'm talking to somebody, running my mouth. And while I was running my mouth, my bladder told me to. My bladder said, hey, boy, you better get somewhere. I sat there and kept running my mouth. And man, I tell you, after that conversation was over, I took a turnaround step and said, oh, shit, wait a minute. It's coming out. Wait a minute. I've been leaking. Wait a minute. I get in the bathroom. And my belt won't come off. Now you can only river dance for so long. I said, oh, this shit about to come out. Just in there with my whole ass out, just whole ass out. This young boy walked in the restaurant and said, God damn, old dude, you got your whole ass out. I said, keep living.
The single greatest power move in the history.
We already saw that. Not this exact one, but pretty much. Keep living. That was pretty funny. I'm working on the other one. I don't know. I just sometimes they come across and I'm like, yeah, that was pretty funny. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're just half-ass funny, and I still half-ass funny. That was full-ass funny.
That was full-ass.
Oh, I've set myself up for that one. All right, this is Yorga's crazy thing here, real quick. And we are gonna put the link out if some people want to come backstage. Like Virginia said, maybe our crazy alien friend will come back. He's our kind of crazy. I mean, it's not like any one of us are super, super fucking sane around here. I mean, let's be honest. Who's the picture of that around here? Maybe Virginia, but even that, she likes to talk about booty holes.
Yeah, I like butt plugs. Tell me more.
Okay, hold on. This is Yorga. This is pretty funny. I've seen this one.
What kind of plastic bag? What kind of bag? What kind of bag? What kind of bag? What kind of plastic bag is that? What kind of bag? What kind of bag? Vegetables all in the bag. Fish in the bag. Leaves in the bag. What kind of plastic bag is that? What kind of bag? What kind of bag? Celery and cucumbers, zucchini and bag. What kind of bag? What kind of bag? Leaves and liquor in the bag. What kind of bag? Fire under the bag. What kind of plastic bag is this? What kind of bag? Salt sugar bag. What kind of plastic bag is this? What kind of bag? Cause it ain't bullshit. What kind of plastic bag is this? What kind of bag?
Yeah, I've
That
definitely
was
seen it. Looking at a raw burn bag. No, it was pretty funny. I've seen that one before, but it is still funny. All pickles were kosher. So let's see. Did Billy put out the link? He's not sleeping, y'all. No.
I was gonna say he could be sleeping. Tickle his feet.
Well, man, I feel like almost guilty because I did have some stuff, but I mean, you know, we were here for a long time.
Have y'all ever given anybody a hot foot? Where somebody gets drunk and passes out, and you take a match and put it between your toes, and you light the match and wait for it to burn down.
Oh my goodness. No.
I woke up and tell you this. Sorry, I missed it. I probably would wake up and be like that. Something like that. I have missed that one. Billy says I don't use them enough. I probably don't.
I was fixing to say, do you want me to drop it? There's Billy.
No, did he do it?
Yes.
Good.
I have not done a hot foot, but what I have done in the years gone by, when someone passes out at a party, we get out the felt markers and write all kinds of stupid shit all over.
Yeah, I've done it. Been there.
Absolutely.
And then tie their shoelaces together. Oh hell
We,
yeah.
me and two other guys, my dad and mom used to have a beach house, and we're like in our early 20s, and my parents were at the house, and me and two guys went down there, and we're hanging out. Of course, we're drinking and everything. One guy passes out, so we took some of my mom's lipstick and made like a big mustache and made all these things around his eyeballs and shit, just made him look like somebody had a kiss or something, right? And we laughed and everything. Then we went off and went to sleep, not thinking about it, completely forgot about it. Woke up the next morning and go into the kitchen, and this guy had already woken up, and he's in there having breakfast with my parents, man. He's still got this shit all over his face, and my parents are looking at me like, "What the fuck is wrong with Ecky, man?" That was his name, Ecky. They're like, "What the fuck is going on with Ecky, man?" Well, I was dying laughing, man.
Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm sorry. Billy wants a Snicker. Hang on, y'all.
Shut the fuck. Get the fuck out of here.
This guy's
Isn't that hard for you to understand, Karen?
This guy
Go eat a Snickers,
this guy
bitch.
is screenshotting.
I mean, the thing is, like, I can't just use those for no reason, right? There's got to be a reason, and I'm not going to pick on people. So if it doesn't come in, I just don't. But he had to have it. Oh yeah, I'm about to close it down, Brian. So anybody want to say any good nights? I'm going to probably go on to the backstage. Yeah, Melissa.
Well, good night. Auf Wiedersehen. I'm out of here.
Auf Wiedersehen, yeah.
Anything, Virginia or Bob or Bonnie?
No, good night. Gesundheit. Keep it tight.
Happy trails to you until we meet again.
Doodly-doo.
There it is.
All right. Good night, YouTube.